Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Highway Between Time, Faces of the Slow Zone. I never paid much attention to the stretch of highway between mile markers 47 and 52. I wanted to believe them. I wanted to chalk it up to exhaustion or maybe the long hours behind the wheel. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Later that afternoon, I was back on the road, approaching the slow zone again. The sky was clear, and the stretch of highway was empty except for a few distant cars. I kept my eyes on the road, trying not to think about the clock or the faces. When I crossed mile marker 47 the second time, the clock blinked and reset again. The faces appeared in the mirror once more, but this time they looked worse, older, more worn, and their whispers were louder. This time I caught a phrase, "Don't turn back." I froze for a moment, hands gripping the wheel tighter. I looked behind me, but there was nothing unusual on the road. The faces faded, and the clock started again. I told myself it was a trick of the mind, maybe a side effect of the long drive. Still, I didn't. Don't turn back. Why would anyone say that? What could it mean? When I checked in at the next stop, I called the company dispatcher. I asked if there had been any reports about that stretch of highway. The dispatcher sighed and said, "There's a few stories, but nothing official. Some drivers talk about time acting weird there, and others say strange things happen. You sure you're feeling alright?" I told him I was fine and that I'd keep an eye on it. Part of me wished I could ignore it, but I couldn't. Every time I crossed that stretch, the clock reset, and the faces aged faster. It was like the road itself was pulling something out of time, something I wasn't supposed to see. That night, I parked the rig at a truck stop near the edge of the slow zone. I sat in the cab, turning the radio on and off, watching the clock. 10 minutes before midnight, I crossed the boundary again inside the parking lot. The clock blinked to 0, and the faces appeared on the mirror without anyone sitting behind me. They looked older than I'd ever seen. Their eyes were deep pulls of warning. They whispered, "Watch the road. Don't lose time." I stared at the mirror until the image faded. My hands were shaking. I realized then the faces weren't just reflections. They were something else, something tied to the stretch where time slowed and reset. I wasn't crazy, but I was trapped in something I didn't understand. I didn't know what was coming next, but I knew one thing for sure. I couldn't keep crossing that stretch without paying the price. The road stretched ahead, empty except for the distant flicker of headlights dissolving into the night. I gripped the wheel tighter, my knuckles pale beneath the skin. Each mile marker passed like a heartbeat, slow and deliberate, as if the night itself was holding its breath. The faces in the mirror weren't just warnings anymore. They were a summons, an unresolved equation I had stumbled into and now had to solve, or be swallowed by. The dashboard clock flickered erratically, seconds looping and snapping back as if the stretch of road was a seam in time. I fought the urge to glance away, knowing that any distraction could unravel what little control I had left. The air inside the car felt heavier, as if gravity had shifted, pressing against my chest. Suddenly, a faint glow appeared in the distance, a gas station, its neon sign buzzing erratically, flickering like a stuttered heartbeat. I hadn't seen it on the map, and the road was supposed to be isolated for miles. Yet, the promise of light was too tempting to ignore. I pulled in, tires crunching over gravel, and the world shifted again. The moment I stopped, the uneasy silence broke. The hum of the gas pumps was off-key, distorted, like an old record skipping. Inside the station, the clerk behind the counter was an elderly man with eyes as sharp and unreadable as the faces in the mirror. He acknowledged me with a slow nod but said nothing. "Can I get some coffee?" I asked, my voice sounding strange even to me, as if it wasn't quite mine. He reached under the counter and handed me a steaming cup without a word. The heat seeped through the thin paper, warm but oddly electric, tingling at my fingertips. I took a cautious sip, the bitterness grounding me, yet beneath it, a faint metallic aftertaste lingered. The man finally spoke, his voice low and gravelly. "You're not meant to be here." "Not yet. But since you are, listen closely." I set the cup down and leaned forward, heart pounding. "That stretch," he began, "it's a place out of time. A wound in the road's fabric. Crossing it changes you, but it's also a test, a gate. The faces you saw in your mirror, they're the gatekeepers, fragments of those who didn't pass." My mind raced. Passed? What kind of test? He gestured toward the window, where the road outside blurred and shimmered unnaturally. "Time loops, resets. You're caught in one cycle, but you can break free if you learn the rules." "What rules?" I demanded. He smiled, thin and cryptic. "You don't control time. Time controls you. But if you can remember what the road forgets, if you can see beyond the loop, you might find the door. The price. Your memories. Your identity. Each crossing takes a piece of you." A cold shiver ran down my spine. "So what do I do? How do I stop this?" The old man's eyes darkened. "You must choose what's worth holding onto and what you're willing to lose. The road demands a sacrifice." I felt the weight of his words settle over me. Outside, the night deepened, the road stretching endlessly, waiting. I finished the coffee, steeling myself. The faces in the mirror would be waiting when I left, watching, judging. But now I knew why they were there. I wasn't just a passenger in this nightmare. I had a choice, and with it, a chance. I stepped back into the car, the engine humming alive, and turned the key. The stretch of road beckoned, its secrets no longer a mystery but a challenge. Whatever awaited on the other side, I was ready to face it. Because sometimes, the only way forward. I sat back in the driver's seat, the old man's words hanging heavily in the air. Choose or lose. I blinked hard and shook my head to clear the fog that was creeping into my mind. I needed evidence, something concrete to understand what was happening. I reached for my phone, but the signal was dead. No messages, no calls. The stretch where time slowed seemed to cut off more than just the clock. I remembered the old man's cabin. Maybe there was something in his place that could help. Something he left behind. I turned the rig around and headed back the way I came, the headlights cutting through the dark. The faces in the mirror faded as I moved away from the stretch, but I wasn't sure if the relief was real or just another trick. The cabin looked the same under the moonlight-worn wood, a sagging porch, the faint smell of burnt coffee lingering in the air. I pushed the door open and stepped inside, the floor creaking beneath my boots. The old man's chair was empty, but a small table caught my eye. On it lay a notebook, its pages yellowed and dog-eared. I flipped it open, scanning the cramped handwriting. The entries weren't dated, but they described the stretch of road in detail, the slowing time, the resetting clocks, the faces. There were sketches, too, crude but clear. One drawing showed a door, standing alone on the roadside, half open with shadows spilling out. Underneath, a note read, "The exit or the trap." I read on. The old man wrote about trying to find a way out, about sacrifices made. He mentioned voices, whispers in the mirror, and how they carry pieces of lost memories. There was a line that caught my attention. The faces aren't just reflections. They are parts of you, aging faster because they're losing what keeps them alive. I closed the notebook and stared at the wall. Parts of me were trapped in that stretch of road, aging and fading. The thought was unsettling. I wasn't just seeing other people, I was watching myself unravel. A sudden noise made me jump. Something thumped against the window, steady and deliberate. I moved closer, heart quickening. Outside, a figure stood in the shadows, just beyond the porch light's reach. I couldn't make out a face, but I felt its eyes on me. Then it vanished, leaving only the sound of the wind. I took a breath and forced my nerves down. If there was a way to stop this, I had to find it. I grabbed the notebook and went back to the rig. As I climbed in, I noticed the clock again. It was still at 12 o'clock. I decided to cross the stretch once more, this time watching carefully. The rig's headlights illuminated the road ahead, but the air felt heavier. As I approached the spot, the clock blinked and reset again. I looked in the mirror. The faces were there, but something was different. They weren't just older, they looked desperate, almost pleading. One of them mouthed words I couldn't hear, then pointed behind me. I turned to look out the back window. At the edge of the stretch, where the pavement met the trees, I caught a glimpse of the door from the old man's drawing. It was real, standing alone with its paint peeling and a faint glow around its frame. My breath caught. I reached for the notebook and flipped to the last page. Written in shaky letters was a warning: the door leads to what you've lost. To find the way forward, you must face what you leave behind. I swallowed hard. That door wasn't just an escape, it was connected to the price the old man had spoken about: the sacrifice, the memories, the identity. I didn't know if I was ready to face that, but I knew I couldn't turn away. The rig's engine rumbled beneath me. The clock blinked again. The faces leaned closer, whispering secrets no living soul should hear. I put the rig in gear and aimed straight for the door. What waited on the other side was a question I had to answer. But as the rig moved forward, I realized the truth was already catching up with me, and once I crossed the threshold there might be no going back. The door shuddered under the rig's weight, groaning like a beast disturbed from a long slumber. Shadows spilled across the floor as the dim light flickered uncertainly, casting twisted shapes that seemed to writhe in anticipation. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, knuckles white, the cold sweat on my brow betraying the calm I tried to summon. Every instinct screamed at me to stop, to turn around and bury the past where it belonged, but my foot pressed harder on the pedal. Inside, the air was thick with decades of dust and forgotten dreams. The scent of rust and old oil hung heavy, mixing with something sweeter, something almost like hope, fragile and stubborn. The rig's headlights cut through the darkness like twin blades, revealing a maze of crates and machinery, relics of a world that had moved on without me. But beneath it all, I sensed something else, a pulse, faint but steady, as if the place itself was breathing, waiting. A sudden noise cracked through the silence, a metallic clatter followed by a low, guttural growl that seemed to echo from the farthest corner. My heart jerked in my chest. I turned toward the sound, every sense alert. The faces in my memories whispered louder now, their voices threading into a single, chilling message: you can't hide from what you are. The rig's engine stuttered, faltering for a moment before roaring back to life. It was as if the machine was warning me, urging me to rethink this reckless charge forward. But I had come too far. The threshold loomed ahead, dark and unforgiving. Beyond it lay answers, and perhaps the final reckoning. I exhaled slowly, the weight of the unknown pressing down with crushing certainty. One last glance in the rearview mirror caught the faintest flicker of movement, a shadow slipping away into the darkness. Was it a ghost, a memory, or something more? It didn't matter. The path was set. With a decisive push, I crossed the threshold. The rig's wheels rolled over the unseen boundary, and the world shifted. Light bent strangely, sounds warped and stretched, and for a fleeting moment, I felt untethered from everything I thought I knew. Then, as the door slammed shut behind me, silence swallowed the space whole. This was no longer a question of readiness. It was survival. And the truth, whatever shape it took, was waiting, patient, unyielding, and utterly real. I crossed the threshold and the rig's tires hummed against the invisible line beneath me. I blinked hard, shaking my head as if that would clear the image, but the faces stayed twisting and contorting. They weren't just aging, they were deteriorating, like something rotten beneath the surface. I tried to focus on the road ahead, but my eyes kept snapping back to the mirror. The whispers grew, layering over each other until I could barely concentrate on driving. I wiped my sweaty palms on my jeans and forced myself to look straight ahead. The rig's headlights cut through the fog hanging low over the stretch of road. It was empty, silent, but the feeling of being watched pressed down on me. I sensed something was different beyond the time shift. I reached for the radio, hoping to find some connection to the outside world, but the static was thick, like the air itself was blocking any signal. No channels came through. The rig's GPS blinked in error, refusing to plot a course. I was stuck. The faces in the rearview mirror kept changing. One moment they were young, almost familiar. The next, they looked decades older, with hollow eyes and trembling hands. Their voices melted into a single, urgent message. Don't go further. You'll lose yourself. I swallowed hard and gripped the steering wheel tighter. I wanted to believe this was some trick of my mind, the stress of the endless driving catching up with me. But that didn't explain the way my rig's clock reset every time I crossed the stretch, or how the faces aged faster than anyone should. Then the whispering changed, shifting from warnings to questions. Why do you come here? What do you want to find? I hesitated. I hadn't told anyone about the stretch or the faces, not even myself. I didn't fully understand it, but I knew I was chasing something, answers, maybe, or a way out of this loop I was caught in. I want to know the truth, I said aloud, voice cracking. The mirror fogged up, and when it cleared, the faces were gone. For a moment, I thought maybe the voices were over. Then a new reflection appeared, my own face, but older, lined with deep wrinkles and eyes that looked tired beyond belief. Your time is running out, that reflection whispered in my own voice. I jerked back, heart racing. I wasn't ready for this. The rig's clock blinked again, 3:17 a.m. It had been the same since I entered the stretch, but now I realized it wasn't just resetting. It was counting down. Not in seconds or minutes, but in something slower, more insidious. I tried to focus on the road, but the fog thickened, swallowing the beam of my headlights. The rig slowed. Panic crept in. I couldn't turn back, not now. Too much was riding on this. Suddenly, the radio crackled. A voice, barely audible, broke through the static. Leave, before it's too late. It wasn't one of the faces, but it sounded real. I grabbed the mic, trying to respond, but the radio went dead again. The silence returned, heavier than before. The rig's engine hesitated. It felt like I was trapped in a dream where every move forward was met with resistance. I glanced in the mirror one last time before the faces disappeared completely. The road stretched out ahead, empty and endless. There was no turning back. I tightened my grip and pushed the rig forward, deeper into the stretch where time slowed and secrets whispered from the shadows. The truth was waiting, and I had no choice but to face it. The tires hummed against the asphalt, a steady pulse in the stillness that surrounded me. Night was falling fast now, the sky folding into itself like a dark cloth pulled tight over the world. Shadows stretched long and thin along the roadside, twisting into shapes that danced just beyond the edge of sight. Every mile felt like a step away from certainty and a step closer to something raw, something that had been buried beneath layers of silence and dust. I reached down and switched on the rig's headlights, the beam slicing through the darkness like item. For a moment, the glare caught on something, a flicker of movement in the ditch. My heart hammered as I slowed, eyes scanning for whatever had stirred. Nothing but a fallen branch, cracked and dry, lying still beneath the moonlight. Relief was a bitter taste, but I swallowed it. No distractions. Not now. The radio crackled unexpectedly, a burst of static that made me jerk the controls. I fumbled for the mic, voice steady but low. "This is Rig 14. Do you copy?" "Over." Silence answered me. Then, a faint whisper, like a voice carried on the wind, barely audible. "Keep going. Find the truth." I blinked, staring at the speaker. Was it real, or just the rig's old wiring playing tricks? It didn't matter. The message was clear, and it settled over me like a command from the shadows themselves. I pressed onward, the rig's engine thrumming a steady rhythm beneath me. The landscape blurred past, trees standing like silent sentinels, their branches tangled and alive with secrets. Somewhere out there, someone was watching or waiting. I could feel it in the air, in the way the night held its breath. My mind raced, piecing together fragments of what I'd found so far. The missing files, the coded messages tucked into forgotten folders, the half-whispered warnings from faces I'd only just glimpsed. It wasn't just a case anymore. It was something bigger, something that stretched beyond the edges of this road and into the heart of a silence I'd spent too long avoiding. The rig's dashboard flickered, a warning light blinking red. I cursed under my breath and eased the rig to a stop at the side of the road. The engine sputtered weakly, then steadied. I popped the hood, the cold night air biting at my fingers as I checked the engine. Nothing obvious. Whatever it wasn't mechanical. It was something else, something that wanted to slow me down, to make me hesitate. I closed the hood and climbed back in, shaking off the chill. The truth wasn't going to wait for me to be ready. It was out there, tangled in the dark, waiting for me to push past the hesitation, to keep moving forward no matter what. I took a deep breath, tightened my grip on the wheel again, and pulled back onto the road. The rig roared to life, the engines drawn once more, and the headlights cut through the night like a beacon. No turning back. No more silence. I was going to find the truth, even if it meant chasing it into the very heart of the darkness. I pulled back onto the road, the rig's engine steady once again, but the weight in my chest stayed heavy. I swallowed hard. Why? What happens if I do? The whisper turned to a low moan, and the mirror fogged up. I wiped it with my sleeve, but the faces didn't go away. Instead, new ones appeared, some young, some old, all with the same haunted eyes. I reached down and tapped the rig's dashboard, trying to shake the feeling that I was losing control. The clock blinked again. 12 o'clock, reset. Suddenly, the headlights dimmed, flickering. The engine sputtered, then died. The rig rolled to a stop in the middle of the road. Panic prickled my skin, but I forced myself to stay calm. I turned the key. Nothing. I looked back at the mirror. The faces were closer now, almost touching the glass. Their whispers turned into murmurs, layering over each other until the meaning was lost. I realized then that the voices weren't just warnings, they were memories, trapped moments begging to be heard. I grabbed my phone, but no signal. The rig's radio was dead, too. I was alone, stuck in this slow stretch of time with ghosts, or whatever they were, that wanted me to listen. I tried the engine again. It roared to life, but the headlights stayed dull, casting weak shadows on the trees. I eased forward slowly, every inch feeling. The rig's clock blinked 12 o'clock once more. Then the whisper came clear again. Stop running. I slammed my foot on the brake, heart hammering. The rig came to a sudden halt. I turned in my seat, staring into the rearview mirror. One face stayed behind the others. A boy, no older than 10, with wide eyes and a trembling lip. He looked right at me. "Help us," he said softly. I swallowed hard. "How? How do I help you?" The boy's image flickered, then shifted into a woman's face, frightened. She opened her mouth to speak, but the image shattered. The mirror went dark. For a moment, everything was silent. Then the rig's clock flashed one last time before settling on a new number. It wasn't 12 o'clock. It was 3:17. I stared at it, confused. The faces were gone, but the air still felt thick. The rig's engine rumbled steadily beneath me, but I knew this wasn't over. I had crossed the stretch again, and this time, something had changed. The whispers weren't just warnings anymore. They were a call to action. I took a deep breath and gripped the wheel tighter. Whatever this was, I was part of it now. And I wasn't going to stop until I found out what that meant. The road ahead was shrouded in a restless fog that clung to the rig's headlights like a veil. The world beyond the windshield had shifted. Familiar landmarks seemed twisted, distorted, as if reality itself were folding in on itself. The trees lining the highway were taller, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, scratching at the sky. Somewhere in the distance, a faint melody floated through the air, almost imperceptible, but unmistakably human. I blinked, trying to shake the disorientation. The clock still read 3:17, but now the numbers flickered, like an old film reel skipping frames. The cab's radio crackled to life, static spilling out before settling into a voice, low and uneven, speaking words I couldn't quite catch. The whispers I'd heard earlier had morphed into something coherent, voices overlapping, urgent and pleading. "Find the marker," the radio hissed between bursts of static. I leaned closer, heart pounding. A marker? What marker? My eyes darted across the dashboard, then back to the road. The fog parted momentarily, revealing a roadside sign, half buried in overgrowth. The letters were faded but legible, Crossroads Cemetery. My breath hitched. I hadn't passed that spot on the map, or had I? The usual route should have led me miles away by now. But this place felt strangely magnetic, like it was pulling me in. Without fully thinking through it, I eased the rig to the shoulder and killed the engine. Silence slammed into the cab, heavy and absolute. The whispers stopped. The melody faded. Even the fog seemed to retreat a few steps. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove box and stepped out onto the gravel shoulder. The night air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The cemetery gate hung open, creaking softly on rusted hinges as I approached. Beyond it lay rows of headstones, their inscriptions worn by time. Some were tilted, others engulfed in ivy. I shone the flashlight across the names, nothing familiar, just a litany of dates spanning centuries. But then I noticed something else. A stone near the center stood out. Unlike the others, it had fresh flowers placed at its base. The engraving was clearer, as if recently carved, "E.M., here lies the one who answers the call." My skin prickled. "E.M., those initials stirred something deep inside me, a memory just out of reach. I felt an inexplicable pull toward the grave. Kneeling, I brushed aside dirt and leaves, revealing a small, weathered box buried at the base. I pried it open. Inside was a folded piece of parchment, brittle with age but legible. The writing was elegant, curling script. "To the seeker who dares the crossing, the path will reveal itself only when the night is deepest. Trust the unseen, follow the pulse beneath the earth, and remember, the faces you lost are never truly gone." A chill crawled up my spine. The message wasn't just an echo of the past, It was a summons. I folded the parchment carefully, slipping it into my jacket pocket. Suddenly, the rig's engine roared behind me, startling in the stillness. The cab lights flickered, casting long shadows across the gravestones. I stood, casting one last glance at the marker, and then turned back to the truck. Inside, the dashboard clock blinked erratically before settling again on 3:17. But this time, a new symbol appeared beneath the numbers, a small, glowing triangle, pulsing faintly like a heartbeat. The whispers returned, softer now, more insistent. Follow the pulse. I took a deep breath, slid into the driver's seat, and started the engine. The rig rumbled to life, steady and sure, as if. The rig's engine settled into a low growl, steady and sure. I nodded, feeling a chill. It made sense. If the whispers pointed to a place beneath the earth, the mine could be it. I spent the afternoon driving out to the mine's entrance, which was blocked off by rusted gates and warning signs. But the gate was loose, and I pushed it open carefully. The air inside was cold and still, smelling of damp rock and old decay. My rig's clock reset the moment I crossed the threshold, but the triangle symbol didn't return. I took a flashlight from my bag and stepped inside. The tunnel stretched out before me, disappearing into darkness. The whispering began again, soft but insistent. Follow the pulse, they said. I moved forward, listening for the rhythm beneath the earth. It was faint but steady. The walls closed in around me, and time felt distorted once more. But I kept going, trusting the unseen, just as the message advised. After what felt like hours, the tunnel opened into a wide chamber. In the center was an ancient stone altar, worn by time but clearly significant. On it lay a small, glowing crystal pulsing with the same light as the triangle on the dashboard clock. I reached out and touched the crystal. The moment my fingers brushed its surface, the whispering stopped. The slow stretch, the aging faces, the distorted time, they all made sense now. The crystal was the source of the pulse beneath the earth, the anchor holding the distortion in place. I realized I had a choice. I could take the crystal out of the mine and break the cycle, or leave it here and remain trapped in this endless loop of time and whispers. My hand shook as I lifted the crystal from the altar. Instantly, the chamber trembled, and the pulse beneath the earth grew louder, then suddenly stopped. The tunnel around me began to collapse. I ran back toward the entrance, dodging falling rocks and debris. The rig's clock in my mind reset again, but this time, the triangle symbol was gone for good. I burst through the gate and into the daylight just as the mine sealed itself shut behind me. Back in the cab of the rig, I placed the crystal on the dashboard. The clock stayed steady, ticking forward normally for the first time in months. I looked into the rearview mirror. The faces were gone, just my own reflection staring back. I exhaled, feeling a weight lift from my chest. The whispers had stopped, and the slow stretch was just another road now. No more resets, no more aging faces, no more secrets to hear. Driving away from the crossing, I felt a strange mix of relief and loss. I'd faced the unknown and ended it, but the memories of those faces, their stories and warnings, would stay with me forever. For the first time in a long time, I allowed myself to hope. The past was behind me, and time was finally moving forward. The road ahead unfurled like a ribbon of possibility, each mile pulling me further from the shadows that had clung to my mind for so long. The air inside the car felt lighter, as if the very atmosphere had shifted with the finality of what I'd left behind. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to catch a glimpse of those haunting faces watching me go, but all that met my eyes was the fading dusk and the empty stretch of asphalt. I let my hand rest on the steering wheel, fingers tracing the grain absent-mindedly. It struck me how long it had been since I'd felt truly present, untethered from the loop of echoes and half-remembered warnings. The road wasn't just a physical escape anymore. It was a boundary I had crossed between who I'd been, trapped in a perpetual cycle, and who I could become, free to write my own story. The radio crackled softly, a distant song drifting through the static. I turned it up, allowing the music to fill the space that silence had claimed for so long. The melody wove through the car, threading its way into the crevices of my mind, stitching together fragments of hope and resolve. It was a reminder that life went on, that even after the darkest nights, dawn would come. As the miles slipped away beneath the tires, my thoughts drifted to the faces I'd seen, some pleading, some resigned, others fierce with urgency. They weren't just echoes of a broken past, they were the remnants of lives interrupted, of stories cut short by the cruel mechanics of time's cruel loop. I realized then that my journey wasn't just about escape. It was about honor, about carrying forward the weight of those lost moments and giving them meaning in a future unbound by the past. The sky deepened into a velvet canvas, scattered with emerging stars. I pulled over at a quiet overlook, the world stretching out below in a tapestry of lights and shadows. Stepping out of the car, the cool night air wrapped around me, grounding me in the present. I breathed it in deeply, savoring the stillness, the sense of renewal. For a long time, I just stood there watching, listening, feeling the steady pulse of life around me. The road had been long, the journey filled with uncertainty and pain, but it had led me here, to this moment of fragile peace. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small notebook I'd kept hidden all these years, its pages filled with hurried notes, cryptic sketches, and fragments of overheard whispers. I flipped through it slowly, each entry a testament to the relentless search for answers, for a way out. Then, with a calmness I hadn't known I possessed, I closed it and tucked it back away. The future was unwritten now, a vast expanse of possibilities stretching forward in every direction. And for the first time in what felt like forever, I was ready to step into it whole, free, and unafraid. Story 2, Silent Intrusion, Unseen Motel Surveillance. I woke up because the room felt wrong. My first thought was that it had to be a mistake. Maybe I'd been too tired last night and left the suitcase. But I was sure I'd closed it completely. I checked my phone to see what time it was. Nearly 7 a.m. I hadn't even been asleep long. I went to the bathroom to splash cold water on my face. The mirror reflected a tired guy who looked more alert now. I thought about calling the front desk but hesitated. Would they believe me? Would they even care? I didn't want to cause a fuss just yet. Besides, if someone had been in my room, they might still be nearby. Back in the room, I started going through my things more carefully. My laptop was still on the desk, but the screen was off. I plugged it in and turned it on. Nothing was missing, but a few files I usually keep hidden were now open in the recent documents list. I hadn't touched those in weeks. I tried to think of anyone who might have a reason to come into my room. No friends or family were around. I'd come here for a quiet night during a work trip. I had no enemies or anyone I told about this stop. The idea of someone watching me, learning about my schedule and habits, felt. I grabbed my phone again and checked the messages and emails. Nothing unusual. But when I looked at my notes app, I saw something odd. One of the entries was changed. The time and place I'd planned to meet a contact for the next day had been edited. I didn't do that. Someone must have. I sat back down on the bed and took a deep breath. Whoever had been here knew more about me than I wanted them to. They had access to my personal files and plans. That wasn't just a break-in, it was surveillance. The motel door clicked shut downstairs. I froze. Maybe it was just another guest leaving, but I couldn't be sure. I grabbed my suitcase and zipped it closed, then moved it closer to the door. If whoever was watching me came back, I wanted to know. I looked around the room one last time before pulling on my shoes. The clock on the wall ticked loudly in the silence. I wasn't going to wait here. I stepped into the hallway, trying to look calm even though my hands were shaking. The corridor was empty except for the faint hum of the air conditioner. I walked to the front desk and pressed the button for assistance. The clerk appeared, a middle-aged man with tired eyes. I explained what I found in the room, careful not to sound paranoid. He nodded slowly but didn't look surprised. We've had reports. Rooms getting entered while guests sleep. No signs of forced entry, no one caught on camera, but things go missing or get moved. I blinked, trying to process that. Why? Who would do that? He shrugged. Some people just want to know more than they should. We've told management, but it's hard to prove anything. I thanked him and walked back to my room. I locked the door behind me and sat on the bed, feeling exposed and uneasy. Someone had been inside, watching and learning everything about me. I didn't know why or what they wanted, but I knew one thing: I couldn't stay here another night without finding out. I dug out a small notebook from my suitcase and started writing down everything I remembered, what was moved, what was missing, the changed note on my phone. If I was going to figure this out, I needed to keep track. The room felt colder now. I kept the light on and the door locked. Outside, the motel's usual quiet hum went on. But inside, nothing felt normal anymore. I glanced at the clock. Midnight was creeping closer, each minute stretching longer than the last. My hands trembled slightly as I scribbled down the details: the vanished book from the shelf, the scattered papers on the floor, the strange message that had appeared on my phone without me typing it. I reread the note: look deeper, or you'll regret it. My heart sank. Who would send something like that? And why to me? A sudden noise made me jump. It was faint, like a soft scraping sound from the room next door. I held my breath, trying to make sense of it. Was someone else here? The motel usually didn't have guests this late, and the manager had told me I was alone on this floor. I strained my ears, but the sound stopped abruptly, leaving an oppressive silence that pressed down on me. I debated whether to call the front desk, but the thought of explaining this felt absurd. What would I say? Someone's messing with my room, and I think they're spying on me? No, I had to be smarter than that. Instead, I pulled out my phone and checked the battery. Only 45% left. If these interruptions were intentional, they might cut power or network soon. I had to be quick. I opened the notebook again and started a new list: possible motives, suspects, and clues. There was no logical reason anyone would target me here, yet it was happening. My mind raced. Could it be someone from my past, someone I had crossed? Or was it something stranger, something I didn't understand yet? The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to pulse, and I realized I hadn't checked the windows. I crept over and pulled back the curtain slightly. The parking lot was empty, save for a single car parked near the far end. Its dark silhouette was barely visible under a flickering street lamp. I strained to see if anyone was inside, but the windows were tinted. I stepped back silently and locked the windows. My fingers brushed against something cold on the windowsill, a small, folded piece of paper. I unfolded it, revealing a hastily scrawled message: trust no one. Keep moving. My pulse quickened. This was no random prank. Someone was trying to warn me or scare me off. A sudden knock at the door shattered the quiet. I froze. Who could it be at this hour? The knocking came again, more insistent this time. I moved cautiously, gripping the door handle, heart pounding in my chest. Who is it? I called out, voice shaking. No answer. I peered through the peephole but saw only darkness. The knocking stopped, replaced by a soft scraping sound at the base of the door. Something was being slid under it. I bent down and picked up the envelope. Inside was another note. If you want answers, meet me at the old pier at dawn. Come alone. I swallowed hard. The pieces were falling into place, but the picture was still murky. Did I accept the invitation, or was this a trap? The choice felt like a razor's edge. But I knew I couldn't stay here waiting for the next move. Whatever this was, it was bigger than me, and it was just beginning. I stayed by the door for a long time after the note was slipped under it. The email had a link and a short sentence. Watch closely. It's closer than you think. I hesitated, then clicked. The video was grainy, shot from a distance. I could barely make out the motel from the angle, but the timestamp was from last night, just a few hours ago. The camera was fixed on my room's window. The angle changed slightly, then zoomed in. My heart quickened as I saw a figure standing outside the door. I couldn't tell much. Dark clothes, a hood, but the person was definitely there, waiting. The video ended abruptly. I leaned back, trying to process. Someone was watching me. Not just inside the room, but outside too. And they knew when I was awake, when I was asleep. They were studying me. My phone buzzed, breaking the silence. A text from an unknown number. You're not safe here. Don't trust the staff. I stared at the message. The motel staff? I hadn't thought about that before. I barely interacted with anyone except the woman at the front desk when I checked in. But if someone had inside access, it could be from them. I grabbed the room phone and dialed the front desk. The line rang twice, then a tired voice answered. Front desk, how can I help you? I forced my voice to stay steady. Hi, I was wondering if you could tell me if any maintenance was done in my room today, or if anyone else had to come in for any reason. There was a pause. No, ma'am. Nobody else has been in your room since you checked in. Just housekeeping yesterday afternoon. I frowned. Are you sure? I'm pretty sure my suitcase was open while I was asleep. The voice softened, maybe even a bit cautious. I'm sorry, ma'am. I'll look into it, but I haven't seen anything unusual on this end. I hung up, feeling no better. That sounded like a lie, or at least a dodge to avoid trouble. I didn't know if I could trust the staff. I sat back down and pulled out my notebook. I started writing everything down: the notes, the video, the texts, the rearranged suitcase. I needed a pattern or a clue. The note about meeting at the pier kept running through my mind. If this was a warning, maybe the person sending it was trying to help. Or maybe it was bait. I didn't have any other leads. I decided to check the motel's public areas next. Maybe I could find signs of someone watching me, cameras, odd behavior, something. I grabbed a light jacket and headed out. The hallway was empty, quiet except for the hum of the old air conditioner. I paused at the stairwell, glancing down to the lobby. The front desk was empty now, the lights dimmed. I walked to the lobby and scanned the area. The reception desk was clean, but the security camera above it caught my eye. It was old, probably black and white, but it was there. I looked around, noticing other cameras near the entrances and parking lot. If someone knew what they were doing, they could watch through those cameras. Maybe even tap into the feed remotely. I asked the night clerk, a young man who looked half asleep, if the cameras were monitored live or just recorded. Mostly recorded, he said. If something goes wrong, they check the tapes the next day. I nodded and walked outside to the parking lot. The streetlights cast long shadows, and the empty lot made me feel exposed. I scanned the area, looking for anyone or anything unusual. At the far end, near a dumpster, I spotted a piece of torn fabric caught on the fence. It was dark and looked like it might have come from a jacket. I reached out and pulled it free, feeling the rough texture between my fingers. It wasn't much, but it was something. Back inside, I washed my hands and laid the fabric on the desk. I pulled out my phone and took a picture. Maybe I could send it to someone for analysis, or find out if it matched anything in local reports. As I sat there, my thoughts returned to the note. Trust no one. Keep moving. Who was behind that? How much did they know? And what did they want from me? I glanced at the clock. Dawn was still hours away. I had to decide soon whether to go to the pier. Before I could make up my mind, my phone buzzed again. Another message from the unknown number. Look outside your window now. I froze, then slowly stood up. Moving to the window, I peeked out into the parking lot. There was a figure standing by a tree, partially hidden in shadow. They didn't move, just stared up at my window. I swallowed hard and backed away. The message buzzed again. They're watching. You don't have much time. I didn't know who they meant, or what time I had left, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't alone, and this was far from over. My heart pounded as I grabbed my phone, fingers trembling. I debated calling the police, but hesitated. What if they thought I was crazy? Instead, I texted back, "Who is this? What do you want from me?" Seconds later, the reply came, "Find the locket in the drawer. It's the key." Confused, I rushed to the old wooden dresser in the corner. My hands fumbled through the clutter until my fingers closed around a cold metal object. Pulling it out, I recognized the tarnished silver locket Grandma always wore. But inside, instead of a photo, there was a tiny folded note. Unfolding it, I read, "Trust no one. The truth hides in the shadows." A shiver ran down my spine. What truth? And why was this just beginning? The next morning, I woke up still thinking about the note in the locket and the message on my phone. I waited, watching the screen, but no reply came. I glanced around the cafe, feeling exposed. The other customers could be anyone. The idea that someone had been inside my motel room while I slept made me question everything. How long had this been going on? Was it just last night, or had someone been following me for days? My thoughts were interrupted by the barista coming over with my coffee. "Everything okay?" she asked, a note of concern in her voice. I forced a smile. "Yeah, just a rough night." She nodded but didn't press further. I appreciated that. I took a sip of coffee and pulled out the folded note from the locket again. The words seemed more urgent now. I decided I had to find out where the note came from. Grandma had worn that locket for years. Why was this tucked away inside it? I recalled a conversation we'd had months ago about family secrets, but dismissed it at the time. Maybe those secrets were linked to whatever was happening now. I checked my phone again. A new message appeared. "Look under the floorboard in your room. Answers wait there." I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. Back at the motel, I hesitated outside my door, heart pounding. I wasn't sure if I was walking into a trap or finally uncovering the truth. I knelt by the side of the bed and slid my hand under the carpet near the wall. My fingers found a loose floorboard. Carefully, I pried it up. Underneath, there was a small, dusty envelope. I pulled it out and opened it. Inside were photographs of neat pictures taken without my knowledge over the past few days, and a folded piece of paper. My hands trembled as I unfolded the paper. It was a typewritten letter. "You're in deeper than you realize. They're closer than you think. Don't trust anyone, especially those claiming to help you." I swallowed hard and looked around the room again. Someone was watching me, tracking every move. But who? A sudden knock on the door made me jump. I froze, listening. No one called my name. Then another knock, louder this time. I wasn't expecting anyone. I didn't know if it was a friend or foe. I debated ignoring it, but the knocking kept coming, insistent. I grabbed the envelope and the note and moved to the door. Peering through the peephole, I saw no one. Just the empty hallway. I opened the door a crack and looked out. The hallway was deserted. I stepped out, checking both directions. No sign of anyone. I closed the door slowly and locked it again. Something was wrong. Whoever was sending these messages wanted me unsettled, maybe even desperate. I sat back down on the bed, clutching the photos and note. I thought about calling someone I trusted, but there was no one I could reach. I was alone in this. Then my phone buzzed again. Another message. Don't leave town. Not yet. They're waiting. I stared at the screen, unsure what to do next. The motel room no longer felt safe, but stepping outside might be worse. I wasn't just being watched anymore. I was being hunted. And there was no turning back. The words echoed in my mind, each syllable heavier than the last. They're waiting. Who were they? How long had this been going on without my knowledge? And what exactly was I supposed to do now, trapped between the certainty of danger and the paralysis of fear? I slid my phone back into my pocket, my fingers trembling. The room seemed to close in around me, the peeling wallpaper, the flickering neon sign outside casting a sickly glow through the grimy window. I needed to think, to plan, but my thoughts raced in every direction at once. I glanced once more at the photos sprawled across the rumpled sheets. Faces, places, cryptic symbols scrawled on the corners. They weren't just random shots, they were pieces of a puzzle. And somehow, I was the missing piece they were all pointing to. The note burned, a silent threat already searing into my skin. Whoever had sent it knew more about me than I cared to admit. Or maybe I had been living in ignorance, blind to the undercurrents swirling beneath my everyday life. The truth was closing in. Suddenly, a knock on the door shattered the silence. Sharp, deliberate. My heart leapt into my throat. I froze, listening. Another knock, more insistent this time. Who is it? I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. No answer. Just silence, thick and heavy. I edged toward the door, peering through the peephole. The dim hallway was empty. No sign of anyone. But the doorframe bore the faintest trace of a shadow, as if someone had stepped back just out of sight. Panic clawed at my chest. I had no tool, no allies. The only option was to disappear, but where? My eyes darted around the room, landing on the vent near the ceiling. Could I squeeze through and make it to the roof? It was a long shot, but maybe it would buy me time. Before I could move, my phone buzzed again. Another message. Room 312. Now. My pulse hammered. I didn't know who was sending these messages, but they were leading me somewhere, maybe into a trap, maybe towards salvation. I debated waiting or running, but the truth was clear. Inaction would kill me. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed my jacket, locked the door as best I could, and stepped into the hall. The corridor stretched ahead, dimly lit and silent except for the distant hum of the air conditioning. I walked swiftly, every sense on edge, counting the doors as I passed. Room 312. Third door on the right. I reached it and hesitated. The handle was cold beneath my hand as I turned it and slipped inside. The room was empty, except for a small envelope lying on the bed. I opened it slowly. Inside was a single key and a note scrawled in hurried handwriting. Trust no one. Find the truth before they do. A sudden noise behind me made me whirl around. The door was closing on its own. I lunged forward, catching the handle just in time. Breathing hard, I realized I was deeper in the game than ever before. And now, the only way out was forward. The door clicked shut behind me, the weight of that small envelope in my hand heavier than I expected. Silence. I waited, but the footsteps didn't come closer. I know you're in there, I said, voice firmer. I'm not going to call the police. We can talk. The footsteps stopped again, then a figure stepped into the light. A man, maybe in his 40s, wearing a plain shirt and jeans. His eyes were steady, not hostile but unreadable. Why are you in my room? I asked, keeping my distance. I didn't mean to scare you, he said. I just needed to know what you were carrying. You have something they want. Who are they? I asked, heart pounding. He hesitated, then said, I'm trying to help you. But you have to understand, this isn't safe for either of us. Help me? By breaking into my room? I shook my head. I don't know what you're talking about. He shrugged. Look, I'm in deeper than you can imagine. I've been watching you because I think you're the key to stopping this. I stared at him. Stopping what? The people tracking you, he said quietly. They're ruthless. They don't just want your papers or your things. They want control. Information. You're carrying something they can't get anywhere else. I considered running, but where? Back to my room or out into the night? Neither option felt safe. Why should I trust you? I asked. He looked down for a moment, then back up. You shouldn't. Not yet. But if you want to survive, we need to work together. I glanced over my shoulder. The hallway was empty. The motel was silent except for the distant hum of the air conditioning. All right, I said. What's the plan? He nodded once. First, we get out of here. You need to stop staying in these rooms. They're watching every move. I know a place nearby where we can talk safely. I hesitated, then felt the weight of the envelope in my pocket. I didn't have many options left. Lead the way, I said. We moved quickly through the service corridors, taking turns and avoiding the main hallways. The man introduced himself as Mark, though I didn't know if that was his real name. He kept glancing back, like he expected someone to be following us. Outside, the night air was cool but felt heavy. We walked to a nearby diner still open for late customers. Inside, the bright lights and chatter were a strange contrast to the silence of the motel. We sat in a booth near the back. Mark pulled out a folded piece of paper and slid it across the table. Look at this, he said. It's a list. Names, locations, dates. All tied to the people after you. I scanned the list. Some names I recognized, some I didn't. At the bottom was my name and a date tonight. Why? What do they want with me? I asked. Mark shook his head. I don't know everything. But whatever it is, it's big enough that they're willing to come after you in the middle of nowhere. I swallowed hard. The papers in my suitcase, the rearranged belongings, the note, everything was connected. What do I do now? I asked. Mark looked around, then leaned in closer. You need to disappear. Not just from here, but from everywhere they might look. I can help you with that, but it won't be easy. I nodded, the reality sinking in. This wasn't just a motel scare. It was a full-scale chase. As we stood to leave, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out. A message from an unknown number. You're closer than you think. We're watching. I looked up at Mark. They know where I am. He grimaced. Then we have no time to waste. We stepped out into the night, the streetlights casting long shadows. Somewhere out there, someone was following us, waiting. And now, I had no choice but to keep moving forward. The cold night air hit my face as we slipped around the corner, moving quickly but trying not to draw attention. Every step echoed louder in my mind than on the empty sidewalk. I glanced back once, nothing but darkness and flickering streetlights. But I knew better than to trust what I could see. Whoever was trailing us was smarter, staying just out of sight. Mark pulled me into a narrow alley between two rundown buildings. We need a plan, he whispered, voice low but urgent. I nodded, heart pounding. We can't keep running blind. Do you have any safe spots nearby? He pulled a crumpled map from his jacket and pointed to a small cafe 2 blocks down. Maria's place. She owes me a favor. We can lay low there for a bit, figure out who's after you. I swallowed hard, torn between relief and dread. The message, you're closer than you think, played over and over in my head. Closer to what? To them? To some truth I'd been running from without realizing it? I couldn't shake the feeling that every step forward was drawing me deeper into something I didn't fully understand. Ahead, a pair of headlights swept past, momentarily blinding us. I ducked instinctively behind a dumpster, pulling Mark down with me. The car slowed, then sped up again. It was a warning, no doubt. We're running out of time, Mark said grimly. If they want you dead, they won't stop at watching. I clenched my fists, fighting the surge of panic. This wasn't just a chase anymore. It was a war. And I had just stepped onto the battlefield. I woke up to the dull light spilling through the motel curtains, the room feeling colder than usual. I sat up slowly, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. Something was off. The air didn't just feel different, it was the room itself. My suitcase, which I was sure I had zipped shut before collapsing onto the bed, was partially open. Papers I'd tucked neatly inside were scattered across the top like someone had rifled through them, deliberately but with care. I swallowed hard, the sudden weight of unease settling in my chest. My documents, bank statements, IDs, a few personal letters were all there, but the order was wrong. I reached for the papers and flipped through them quickly. Nothing was missing, but someone had been here. Someone had gone through my things while I slept. I checked the room again. The drawer I kept my phone charger in was slightly ajar, and the small notebook where I wrote down my plans was missing from the bedside table. A cold realization hit me. They were watching me, learning everything about me, piecing together who I was. My mind went over the last few days. The strange glances in the diner, the shadow outside the window last night. It wasn't paranoia. It was real. I wasn't alone in this room. I took a deep breath and stood up. I knew I couldn't just sit here and wait for whatever was coming next. The first thing I did was grab my phone. It was on the floor near the bed, the screen cracked from when I dropped it last week. No new messages or calls, but the battery was nearly dead. I had to find a charger fast. I dressed quickly, pulling on my jacket and lacing my shoes tight. Time to move. I packed the suitcase with more care this time, double-checking every zipper and pocket. Nothing else was missing, but I couldn't be sure the intruder hadn't left some kind of trap. Before I left, I looked around the room once more. The window was locked, but the lock looked old and fragile. Whoever had come in probably didn't need to force it open. I made a mental note to avoid this place in the future. As I stepped outside, the cold hit me harder. The motel was on the edge of a small town, the kind of place where people kept to themselves. I didn't want to draw attention, but I needed help. I walked to the nearest gas station, a few blocks down the road. The fluorescent lights inside were harsh, and the clerk gave me a quick, uninterested glance. I asked if there was a payphone nearby or a place where I could get a taxi. He pointed to a diner across the street, saying someone there might help. I crossed the street and pushed the door open. The diner was mostly empty, a few early risers sipping coffee. The waitress smiled politely as I sat at the counter. "I need to make a call," I said. "Is there a phone I can use?" She nodded and pointed to a corner booth with a landline phone. I slid over and picked it up, dialing the number I'd memorized, the local police. The line clicked and then a voice came through. I explained the situation, careful not to sound hysterical but clear enough to get my point across. Someone had been in my motel room while I slept, going through my things, and I was worried for my safety. The dispatcher took down the details and promised to send someone over. I hung up, feeling a little less alone but still tense. I waited in the diner for what felt like hours, watching the door, hoping for a sign that help was coming. When the police finally arrived, I led them back to the motel. The officers were professional but cautious. They inspected the room, noted the disturbed belongings, and asked me questions about anyone who might want to harm me. I told them about the strange looks and the shadow outside my window. They agreed to increase patrols in the area and suggested I stay somewhere else for the night. They also advised me to change my locks once I got home and to be careful with my personal information. I thanked them and went back to the diner, this time ordering a cup of tea. The warmth settled my nerves slightly, but I knew I wasn't safe yet. The thought that someone had been inside my space without my knowledge was unsettling. It made me realize how vulnerable I'd been. Over the next few days, I stayed with a friend in town. I changed my phone number and took steps to secure my home. I also started keeping a journal, writing down every small detail, the times I left, who I saw, anything unusual. It helped me feel in control again. One evening, while reviewing my notes, I remembered something. A man I'd seen around the motel a few times, always lingering just out of sight. I hadn't thought much of him before, but now he seemed suspicious. I called the local police and gave them a description. They said they'd keep an eye out and suggested I avoid the motel completely. Eventually, the feeling of being watched began to fade. The anxiety loosened its grip, and I started to sleep through the night again. I never went back to that motel, and I made sure to always lock my doors carefully. Looking back, I realized how much this experience changed me. Before, I took my privacy for granted. Now, I understood how fragile it was and how easily it could be violated. But I also learned something else. I learned that fear, while powerful, could be managed. I wasn't powerless. I could take steps to protect myself, to act rather than just react. I didn't know who had come into my room or why they had chosen me. Maybe they just wanted to scare me. Maybe they wanted something more. But I refused to let that uncertainty control me anymore. In the end, I reclaimed my space and my peace of mind. It wasn't easy, and the memory of that night stayed with me, but it didn't define me. I was still cautious, yes, but stronger than before. And that made all the difference. Story 3, Relentless Tale, Stalked on the Midnight Highway. I was driving home late on a Saturday night, the kind of night when the highway feels empty except for the occasional truck or slow-moving car. The road stretched ahead like a ribbon of black silk, punctuated by the gleam of my headlights and the distant glow of the occasional street lamp. The cool night air seeped through the cracked window, carrying with it the faint scent of pine and the distant sound of a lone owl. I adjusted the rearview mirror, catching a glimpse of the empty highway behind me, a reminder of how far I was from the city's heartbeat. My thoughts drifted back to the evening I'd just left the gathering at Jenna's place. It had been a rare moment of genuine connection, laughter spilling freely, stories unfolding like old tapestries. Yet beneath the surface, I sensed the undercurrents of tension that seemed to ripple through our group lately. Maybe it was the stress of the world outside or the personal battles each of us fought in silence. Whatever it was, it left me oddly introspective as I steered my car through the lonely night. A flicker of movement caught my eye in the peripheral vision, and I instinctively glanced to the right. A coyote emerged from the brush, its amber eyes reflecting the headlights for a brief moment before it melted back into the shadows. The encounter was fleeting, but it reminded me of how thin the veil between civilization and wilderness still was out here. This stretch of highway was a boundary, a liminal space where the comfort of homes and the wild unknown met. I reached up and turned the radio dial, searching for something to fill the silence. Static hissed before a soft melody seeped through the speakers, a slow, haunting tune that seemed to match the mood of the night. The lyrics spoke of journeys and farewells, of roads taken and those left behind. I found myself humming along quietly, the music weaving itself into the fabric of the moment. Suddenly, the headlights ahead flickered, first a distant glow, then a sharp flash. Another car? I squinted into the darkness. The vehicle was coming up fast, its high beams cutting through the night like twin swords. As it drew closer, I noticed something unusual. The car swerved slightly, its movements erratic, almost as if the driver was distracted or unsteady. A pang of concern tightened my chest. Could they be intoxicated? I kept my distance but prepared to react. The car's swerving grew more pronounced, veering dangerously close to the shoulder. Then, without warning, it veered sharply to the left, tires screeching as it fishtailed before crashing into the guardrail. Heart pounding, I slammed on the brakes and pulled over to the side of the road. The other car came to a jittery stop a few yards ahead, smoke curling from its crumpled front end. I grabbed my phone and dialed emergency services, my voice steady despite the adrenaline rushing through me. Within minutes, the wail of sirens pierced the night as police and paramedics arrived. I stepped back, offering what little information I could, watching as the responders worked efficiently to extract the driver. The man appeared dazed but conscious, murmuring apologies and confusion as medics checked for injuries. As they loaded him into the ambulance, I couldn't help but feel a strange kinship with this stranger, both of us caught on the road late at night, our paths intersecting briefly in the middle of nowhere. The incident left me rattled, a stark reminder of how fragile life could be, balanced on the edge of a split-second's decision. After the emergency vehicles departed, the highway felt even more desolate. I slid back into the driver's seat, my hands gripping the wheel a little tighter. The music on the radio had shifted to static again, and the only sound was the hum of the engine and the distant chirping of crickets. I glanced at the clock on the dashboard, nearly 2 in the morning. The incident lingered in my mind as I resumed driving. It was as if that brief moment had stretched the night thinner, making every shadow seem deeper and every passing mile heavier. The highway stretched ahead, a ribbon of asphalt swallowed by darkness, but the weight on my chest made it feel like I was moving through molasses. My thoughts spun around the fragility I'd witnessed, how easily everything could unravel in a heartbeat. I caught myself gripping the wheel tighter again, knuckles pale, before consciously loosening my grip. The road was empty, save for the occasional flicker of headlights in the distance, but the silence pressed in like a living thing. I reached over to the passenger seat and grabbed the half-empty bottle of water, taking a long sip, hoping to steady my nerves. Somewhere between the miles and the minutes, the numbness began to fade, replaced by a quiet resolve. Life's precarious balance didn't mean I was powerless. It meant I owed it to myself, and to those around me, to hold on a little tighter, to live a little more deliberately. The crash and its aftermath were a stark reminder that the ordinary could shift in an instant, transforming into the extraordinary, the terrifying, the unforgettable. The radio crackled again, and this time a soft voice emerged from the static, an old song I hadn't heard in years. It was a small comfort, a tether to normalcy amid the chaos. I let the melody fill the car, letting it seep into my thoughts, grounding me. The road ahead was still long, and the night still deep, but as I drove on, I felt a flicker of something steadier igniting inside me, a quiet hope that whatever came next, I was ready to face it. The song on the radio faded just as I reached the next town's limits. The song on the radio faded just as I reached the next town's limits. The afternoon light was dipping low, casting long shadows over the cracked pavement and peeling paint that marked the storefronts. I rolled down the window to let in the warm, dusty air that smelled faintly of dry earth and distant rain. A few scattered leaves skittered across the street, blown by a lazy breeze that whispered through the narrow alleyways and empty sidewalks. I parked the car in front of a small cafe with a faded sign that read Martha's Diner, its letters half gone like relics from a forgotten era. The place was quiet, only a couple of patrons huddled inside, their voices low and subdued. I hesitated for a moment, then stepped out and locked the car. My boots clicked on the cracked concrete as I made my way inside. The interior was a time capsule, all scuffed linoleum floors and red vinyl booths. The air smelled of coffee and stale cigarettes. Behind the counter, a middle-aged woman with graying hair and tired eyes glanced up as I approached. She gave a small, polite nod but didn't say anything until I slid onto a stool at the counter. "What'll it be?" she asked, voice rough but not unkind. "Coffee." "Black," I said, watching her wipe down a glass with a rag that had seen better days. She poured the dark liquid and set it before me with a faint smile. "Long day?" I shrugged. "Something like that." She nodded, as if understanding more than I wanted to share. The diner around us settled into a gentle hum, the clink of silverware, the low murmur of conversation, the occasional laugh that seemed to brighten the dusty corners. I sipped the coffee slowly, feeling the warmth spread through me, grounding me. Outside, the sun dipped lower, and the sky shifted from blue to a soft gradient of pink and gold. The town seemed to hold its breath in that moment, caught between day and night. After a while, I stood up, leaving some bills on the counter, and stepped back into the twilight. The street lights flickered on, their orange glow pooling on the pavement like small islands of light. I walked toward the edge of town, my footsteps echoing softly. There was a park nearby, a small green space with a rusted swing set and a weathered bench. I sat down, looking up at the sky where the first stars were beginning to appear. It was quiet here, peaceful in a way that felt both welcoming and strange after the tension of the day. I thought about the road ahead, how long I'd been driving, where I was going, what I was running from or toward. The answers were murky, tangled up in memories and doubts and a restless kind of hope. A dog barked somewhere in the distance, breaking the silence. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, letting the cool evening air fill my lungs. For a moment, everything felt still, suspended between what was and what could be. Then the weight of the world settled back on my shoulders, and I stood up, ready to keep moving forward. The road stretched ahead like a ribbon unraveling into the night, each mile folding into the next with an unsettling sameness. My mind drifted to the fragments I was trying to piece together, faces blurred by time, promises whispered and broken, the fragile threads of connection I'd left behind. They tugged at me, subtle and persistent, as if the past refused to let go. The air shifted, carrying with it the faint scent of rain and something earthy, wet leaves, maybe, or the distant promise of a storm. I pulled my jacket tighter around myself, the chill seeping through the thin fabric. The night was growing colder, and the darkness thicker, swallowing the edges of the road and the shapes lurking just beyond the reach of the headlights. I moved forward, each step a quiet declaration that I wasn't done yet. Not with the journey, not with the questions that haunted me like shadows at dusk. The city lights were a distant glow bleeding across the horizon, a reminder of the life I'd left behind, or maybe the one I needed to find again. The thought made my chest tighten, a mixture of fear and something closer to longing. Somewhere up ahead, a flicker of movement caught my eye. A figure, momentarily illuminated by a street lamp before slipping back into the dark. My heart quickened. Was it someone waiting for me? Or just a stranger, another ghost passing through this restless night? I hesitated, the impulse to call out warning with the caution carved into my bones by too many years of silence. The dog barked again, sharper this time, closer. Its voice was both a warning and a welcome, a reminder that I wasn't entirely alone. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding and started walking again, the steady rhythm of my footsteps matching the pulse of my thoughts. Memories surfaced, not the grand moments, but the small ones, a laugh shared in the kitchen, the brush of a hand on an arm, the quiet understanding in a glance. They felt fragile, like things I could almost reach but might lose if I grasped too tightly. Yet they were real, and they were mine. I realized then that maybe the destination wasn't as important as the act of moving itself. Maybe the journey was less about outrunning what had come before and more about finding the pieces I'd lost along the way. The pieces that might still fit together, if I was willing to try. The rain began, soft at first, a gentle patter that grew into a steady rhythm. I didn't bother pulling out an umbrella. Instead, I lifted my face to the sky, letting the cool drops wash over me, cleansing the doubts and fears tangled inside. The world was vast and uncertain, but in that moment, beneath the darkening clouds and the echoing barks, I felt a fragile kind of peace. The road was still long, and the night still held its secrets. But I was moving forward, step by step, carried by something stronger than fear or regret. Hope, maybe. Or something like it. And that was enough. The rain kept falling steadily as I climbed back into the car. He looked at me for a long moment, then nodded once and drove away, headlights fading into the distance. I sat there, heart pounding, knowing this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The night was still young, and the highway still had stories to tell. And I was right in the middle of one I might never get out of. The rain kept falling steadily as I climbed back into the car. He looked at me for a long moment, then nodded once and drove away, headlights fading into the distance. I sat there, heart pounding, knowing this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The night was still young, and the highway still had stories to tell. And I was right in the middle of one I might never get out of. I pulled my coat tighter around me, the cold seeping through the thin fabric as the windshield wipers beat a relentless rhythm against the glass. The road stretched ahead, a slick ribbon of black disappearing into the mist. Somewhere out there, in the folds of this endless night, answers waited if I was brave enough to dig them out. The engine rumbled beneath me as I shifted into gear, the tires hissing on the wet asphalt. My fingers trembled slightly on the wheel, not from the cold, but from the storm building inside me. I needed to move, to find a place to think, to make sense of the fragments I gathered tonight. But every mile I put behind me seemed to pull me further away from whatever safety I thought I'd had. I glanced at the rearview mirror. The empty road stretched behind, no sign of him or the dark figure that had slipped away moments before. It was like they vanished into the rain itself, leaving only questions in their wake. Questions I couldn't answer. Somewhere up ahead, a dim glow flickered, signs of civilization, or maybe just another trick of the night. I aimed the car in that direction, hoping for a diner or a gas station, something to anchor me before the weight of the night crushed me entirely. The radio crackled to life as I rolled onto the shoulder, static filling the silence. A voice, half-muffled and barely coherent, drifted through the speakers. Missing persons report just filed in the county. Authorities are urging anyone with information to come forward. The words chilled me. It wasn't just my case anymore. It was bigger. More dangerous. And the people involved were more desperate than I'd imagined. I clicked the dial, trying to find a clearer signal, but all I got was a broken melody of static and half-forgotten tunes. The night swallowed sound as easily as it did light. I sighed and peeled off the highway, taking a narrow, winding road that hugged the edge of the forest. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their branches dripping with rainwater, shadows merging into shapes that played tricks on the mind. I kept the headlights on low beam, not wanting to announce my presence more than necessary. After a few miles, the headlights caught the dim outline of a small, weathered sign, the Hollow Oak. A roadside tavern, its neon sign flickering weakly as if fighting to stay alive against the storm. It wasn't much, but it was something. I pulled into the gravel lot, the tires crunching over stones as I cut the engine and sat in the darkness for a moment. The rain had tapered off to a drizzle, the steady patter now a gentle whisper against the rooftop. I grabbed my coat and stepped into the night, the cold biting but familiar. Inside, the tavern smelled of damp wood, stale beer, and something faintly metallic. A few patrons nursed their drinks in silence, eyes flicking briefly toward the door before returning to their own shadows. The bartender, a middle-aged woman with tired eyes and a face etched with years of hard living, looked up as I approached the counter. "What'll it be?" she asked, voice low but not unkind. "Coffee." "Black," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. She nodded and poured a steaming cup, sliding it across the counter. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "Something like that," I replied, rapping. My hands around the warm mug. The heat seeped through the cracked leather of my gloves, a small comfort against the chill that had settled deep in my bones. Outside, the rain had begun again, drumming steadily against the stained windows, blurring the world into a watercolor of gray and shadow. The bartender wiped a glass with a rag that had seen better days. "This place," she muttered, mostly to herself, "has a way of dragging all the ghosts out into the light." Her eyes met mine, sharp and knowing. "You looking for someone, or running from someone?" I hesitated, then shook my head. "Maybe a little of both." A soft knock echoed from the back door, barely audible over the rain. The bartender stiffened, her lips tightening into a thin line. "If you're here for answers, you're in the right place. But be careful what you wish for." I nodded, finishing the last bitter sip of coffee. Somewhere in the darkened room, a clock chimed midnight. The night was only just beginning. The bartender slid a worn envelope across the counter. "This came for you earlier. No return address." I peeled it open, revealing a single photograph, familiar faces frozen in time. The photo lay on the counter, heavy in my hands. I looked up, meeting her eyes. "You mean the highway? The one I'm driving?" She nodded again. "That stretch of road's got a history. People go missing, folks say they get followed. Like something's waiting for them out there." I remembered the car behind me, its unblinking headlights pressing into my rearview mirror, never passing, never blinking. It was more than just a coincidence. The photo, the bartender's words, the car, they were all connected. "I need to know what I'm dealing with," I said, standing up. "I can't just drive blindly into this." She hesitated, then pulled a folded paper from beneath the counter and slid it across to me. "Take this. It's a map, but it's got spots marked. Places where people have disappeared or were found. Maybe it'll help." I unfolded the paper carefully. The map covered the highway and the surrounding area, with several points circled in red. Some had notes scribbled next to them, dates, names, brief descriptions. "Why give this to me?" I asked. "Because you're already caught up in it," she said flatly. "And because you might be the only one who can break the cycle." I looked around the nearly empty bar. Rain hammered against the windows. "I'm going out there now," I said, folding the map and tucking it in my jacket. The bartender nodded once. Be careful. And don't stop unless you have to. Back in my car, the rain had eased, but the road was slick and glistening. I started the engine. The headlights of the car behind me flickered on again, steady and unblinking. I tried to shake the feeling that I was being watched through the rearview mirror. But the reflection showed only the empty road behind the other car, a solid shape too close to ignore. I flicked my indicators, signaling a turn onto a side road marked on the map. The other car followed without hesitation. My pulse sped up. The game was no longer just about seeing who was there, it was about knowing why. The side road was narrow, trees arching overhead. The rain had soaked the ground, turning the dirt path into a slick mess. I slowed, watching the car behind mirror my every move. Every turn I made, it followed. Every stop, it stopped. I tried to lose it by taking a sharp right onto a gravel driveway leading to an old, boarded-up gas station, one of the points on the map. The car stayed on the main road. I waited, engine idling, eyes fixed on the dark entrance to the station. Minutes passed. Nothing. I stepped out, rain dripping from my hair. The place smelled of damp wood and rust. Inside, it was empty, save for scattered debris and a flickering light from a broken lamp. I found an old logbook behind the counter, its pages yellowed and brittle. The dates matched some of the notes on the map, records of who had stopped here and when. Several entries mentioned people who never left. I looked up suddenly. The car was pulling in, headlights sweeping across the cracked pavement. The driver didn't get out but sat still, engine running, lights aimed right at the gas station. I felt exposed. Trapped. I returned to the car and started driving again, the other vehicle falling in behind me once more. I took the highway back, the rain returning in heavier sheets. My hands gripped the wheel tight. The map was on the passenger seat beside me, the circled spots. I needed answers. I needed to confront whoever was behind this. The bartender's words echoed in my head, don't stop unless you have to. But I had to stop. I had to find out what they wanted. Then I saw the sign, a small, faded marker for an abandoned rest area just ahead. The map showed it marked with the most recent date. I took the exit, the car following as usual. The rest area was a vacant lot with a few broken benches and a rusted water fountain. No lights, no other cars. I parked and turned off the engine. The silence was thick. I waited, heart pounding, watching the rearview mirror. The other car pulled in behind me, stopping a few feet away. The headlights went off. The darkness felt heavier. I reached for the glove box, pulling out my phone, but no signal. I was cut off. Suddenly, the passenger door of the other car opened. A figure stepped out, tall and steady. No sudden moves, no rush. Just walking toward me with slow, deliberate steps. I unlocked my door, ready to bolt if I needed to, but I stayed seated. The figure stopped beside my window, hands visible, empty. Why are you following me? I asked, voice low but firm. The man didn't answer at first. He looked tired, like someone who had been running from something himself. My name's Daniel, he said finally. I'm not your enemy. I blinked, surprised. Then why? Daniel glanced back at his car, then at the rain-slicked road. Because you're in danger. Because someone's been watching you for a long time. I swallowed hard. Who? Not me. His voice was steady. But whoever's behind this wants to keep you quiet. They don't want you digging up the past. The tension in the air tightened. I wanted to ask more, but the sound of the highway was breaking the silence, the faint roar of tires on wet asphalt. Why help me? I asked. Because I was in your shoes once. He paused. And I couldn't stop what happened to me. Maybe you can. Before I could respond, a pair of headlights appeared far down the road, cutting through the rain. Another car, moving fast, heading straight for us. Daniel looked at me, eyes sharp. You need to get out of here. Now. I didn't hesitate. I started the engine, the car behind me already moving again. The new car sped past, its lights bright and blinding. Daniel slipped back into his vehicle and drove off the way he came. I stared after him, the map still on the seat beside me, questions piling up faster than answers. Whoever was watching me was closer than I thought. And now, someone else was on the road with me, someone who might be trying to stop this before it got any worse. I had to keep moving. The night wasn't over, and the highway wasn't safe. Not yet. I kept driving, the rain still falling, the road slick beneath the tires. How do you know? I asked. He looked over his shoulder. Because I'm the one driving it. The words hit me. You were following me? He nodded. Yeah. I'm sorry if I scared you. But I had to make sure you didn't take any wrong turns. People out here aren't always who they seem. Then why not tell me? I asked. He shook his head. Not until I knew you'd listen. You're in something bigger than you realize. That car behind me, the one speeding past earlier, he's the real threat. He's been tracking you for weeks. I stared at him, the rain soaking through my jacket. Why me? Because you found the map. That map leads to something they want kept hidden. I lost someone because of it. I'm trying to stop it from happening again. The diner's door opened, and a waitress stepped out, looking between us. You okay out here? She asked. Yeah, I said. Just sorting things out. He nodded toward the diner. You should come inside. We can talk where it's dry. I followed him through the door, the warmth hitting me. The other patrons glanced our way but said nothing. I sat down at a booth while he ordered coffee. He introduced himself as Tom and explained what little he knew. The map pointed to an old factory just off the highway, long abandoned, but connected to a chain of illegal activities. People who tried to expose it ended up disappearing or worse. Tom's friend had been one of them. We need to get you somewhere safe, he said. Call in someone who can help keep that other guy off your tail. I pulled out my phone, but the screen was cracked and barely responsive. I managed to send a quick message to a friend in the city, asking for help. While we waited for a response, Tom kept watch by the window. The car was still outside, but it didn't move. When my phone buzzed, relief flooded through me. Backup was on its way. Minutes later, headlights appeared at the diner's entrance. A pair of cars pulled in, official-looking but unmarked. Two people stepped out, badges clipped to their belts. Tom explained everything quickly, pointing out the car outside. They nodded, radios crackling with updates. One of the officers approached me. We're going to escort you off this road. You're safe now. For the first time that night, I believed it. The weight on my chest eased, though the memory of what I'd been through stayed with me. As we drove away, I looked back at the diner, at Tom standing by the window, watching the car that had haunted me. I realized I wasn't just running anymore. I was fighting back. The highway behind us was empty now, but the night had changed me. I wasn't the same person who had started this drive hours ago. I had seen how close danger could get without warning, and I'd found someone willing to stand in the dark with me. The road ahead wasn't clear yet, but I felt ready to face it. No matter what came next, I wouldn't run blind again. Tom turned from the window, his face etched with a mixture of concern and something like resolve. "You okay?" he asked, voice low enough not to disturb the quiet hum of the diner. I nodded, though the knot in my stomach hadn't quite unraveled. "Yeah, I think so. It's just," I trailed off, searching for the words to explain the whirlwind inside me. "That car. The way it followed us. It wasn't random. It was deliberate. And it's not the first time I've seen it." Tom's eyes narrowed. "Do you want to tell me what this is about? Maybe we can figure out what they want." I hesitated. Part of me wanted to push him away, to keep this burden to myself. But the fear of facing it alone felt heavier than any pride. "It's complicated," I admitted. "There's more to my past than I've let on. That car, those people, they're connected to something I thought I'd escaped. Something dangerous." He didn't press further, just slid into the booth beside me. "Then we figure it out together. You're not alone in this." For the first time in a long time, that felt like a promise, not just empty words. The waitress came by, refilling our coffee without asking. The soft clink of the cups and the low murmur of the few other patrons created a fragile bubble of normalcy around us. Outside, the world still felt unpredictable, but inside this diner, with Tom beside me, I caught a glimpse of steadiness. I pulled out my phone, hesitating before unlocking it. There were messages waiting, some from people I'd cut ties with, others just reminders of a life I tried to leave behind. One notification caught my eye, an email from someone named Miranda. I didn't recognize the name, but the subject line sent a chill down my spine. "We need to talk." "It's about your brother." My brother. That word alone was enough to remind me how complicated my life was. He'd disappeared years ago under mysterious circumstances, and I'd spent endless nights chasing shadows, trying to understand what happened, why it happened. If Miranda knew something, it could be the key or another trap. I showed the email to Tom. "Have you ever heard of her?" He glanced at the screen. "Nope. But if she's reaching out now, that means things are heating up." "Yeah," I whispered, more to myself than him. The past was catching up, and this time it wasn't just a shadow in the rearview mirror. It was stepping into the headlights. "Whatever this is about," Tom said, determination settling into his voice, "we face it together. No more running. No more hiding." I nodded, feeling a strange calm settle over me. The night had been long, and the road ahead was still uncertain, but for the first time, the idea of fighting back didn't feel impossible. It felt necessary. It felt like survival. And survival meant more than just staying alive. It meant reclaiming control over a life that had been hijacked by fear and secrets for too long. As I looked out the window again, the empty highway stretching into the distance, I realized something else. Every mile I'd driven tonight had chipped away at the walls I'd built around myself. Maybe, just maybe, there was a way forward, not just a way. "Let's get out of here," I said. "If Miranda wants to talk, we need to be ready." Tom stood, pulling on his jacket. "Ready when you are." The night was still dark, the road still uncertain, but I wasn't alone anymore. And sometimes, that was enough to light the way. Story 4, Imitation Game, The Neighborhood Watches. When I first moved into the neighborhood, I thought I'd found the kind of quiet I'd been chasing for years. I didn't know who he was. I didn't know what they wanted. But I was sure now that this wasn't just a coincidence anymore. I locked my door and sat on the couch, staring at the note, trying to figure out what to do next. The quiet neighborhood didn't feel quiet anymore. It felt like a stage where I was the only actor who didn't know the script. I kept the note folded carefully on the coffee table, as if laying it out in the open could somehow banish the weight it carried. The sunlight slipped through the curtains, casting soft shadows that seemed too calm, too deliberate. Outside, the usual sounds of the neighborhood, the distant lawnmower, a dog barking somewhere down the street, felt disconnected, like background noise in a dream I was struggling to wake from. My mind raced back through the last few weeks, trying to find any hint, any moment that might explain this sudden intrusion. Strange glances from neighbors, odd pauses when I passed by the community mailbox, a car I couldn't place parked a little too long in front of my house. These were the little things I'd shrugged off, telling myself to stop being paranoid. Now, they didn't feel so incidental. I thought about calling someone, anyone, but the note's tone was so deliberately vague, so unnervingly precise. "We know," it said. Who was they? And what could they possibly know? I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever they were watching me right now. I stood up and paced the living room, the wood floor creaking softly beneath my footsteps. The front door was locked, triple locked, now. I peered through the peephole, but the street looked as uneventful as ever. A neighbor walked past, carrying a box of groceries, humming to themselves, completely unaware. Or were they? I wondered if I was the only one trapped in this surreal layer of quiet, like a tension barely held beneath the surface. My phone buzzed on the kitchen counter, breaking the thick silence. I hesitated before picking it up, half expecting an unknown number, a message, or worse. But it was a text from Sarah. "Hey, you okay? Haven't heard from you all day." I stared at the message, fingers hovering over the keyboard. Could I tell her? Could I explain the note? The creeping dread that had settled inside me? Or would it sound like I'd lost it? I typed back a simple reply. "Yeah, just tired. Let's catch up soon." I put the phone down and sat back down on the couch, trying to steady my breath. My thoughts kept circling the note, trying to make sense of it. Then I remembered the small box I'd found on the doorstep 2 nights ago. It had been wrapped in plain brown paper, no markings. Inside, there was an old key and a folded piece of paper with an address I didn't recognize. I'd shoved it into a drawer, telling myself it was probably a prank or some kind of mistake. But now, with this note, it felt connected. I pulled open the drawer and found the box again, the key cool in my hand. The address was only a few blocks away, nestled in a part of the neighborhood I rarely visited. Curiosity gnawed at me, pushing me toward action. Maybe this was a test, maybe it was a trap. There was no way to know without going. I grabbed my jacket and slipped out the back door, making sure to lock it behind me. The evening air was crisp, carrying the faint smell of rain and freshly cut grass. The streets were still quiet, but the quiet had lost its innocence. It was a kind of waiting, like the moment before a storm. I walked briskly to the address, the key burning a hole in my pocket. When I reached the house, I stopped. It was an old Victorian, the paint peeling and the windows dark. No lights inside. The front gate creaked as I pushed it open, and I hesitated on the porch, the silence pressing in on me. I pulled out the key. It fit perfectly into the lock on the side door, the metal turning with a satisfying click. Inside, the house smelled of dust and forgotten memories. And something else, something faintly metallic that set my nerves on edge. The hallway stretched before me, lined with faded wallpaper peeling at the corners, and beneath it, the floorboards groaned softly underfoot. Dust motes floated in the shafts of light that filtered through grimy curtains, and somewhere deep within the house, I thought I heard the slow drip of water. I moved cautiously forward, the faint light from my phone casting uneasy shadows on the walls. The air was thick and stale, as if no one had disturbed this place in years. My fingers brushed against a framed photograph hanging crookedly, a black and white portrait of a stern-faced woman whose eyes seemed to follow me. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to focus. The key had come with a note, brief and cryptic, find what's hidden before it finds you. Now, standing in this house, I wasn't sure if it was a warning or a challenge. I edged toward the staircase, each step creaking ominously beneath me. At the top, a long corridor stretched into darkness, doors closed tight like sealed secrets. I chose the first door on the left and pushed it open. The room smelled even more musty, filled with old books and scattered papers. A desk sat under a shuttered window, and on it lay a leather-bound journal, its cover cracked and worn. My heart pounded as I reached out to open it. The first page was blank, but as I flipped further, I found entries written in shaky script, fragments of a story, a warning, a confession. The words hinted at something buried beneath the house, something dangerous, something someone had tried to hide for good reason. The storm outside began at last, rain pelting the roof like a drumbeat, and for a moment, I wondered if the tempest was coming for me, or if, somehow, I was the one who had unleashed it. The storm had finally passed by morning, but I didn't sleep well. My stomach dropped. I hadn't mentioned checking the basement to anyone. How did she know? I typed back, trying to keep my tone casual, just checking for leaks. Old house stuff. She replied almost immediately, of course. Just be careful. Some things are better left alone. I stared at the screen, a creeping sense of unease settling in. This wasn't just about copying habits or phrases anymore. They were watching me. They knew what I was doing. That afternoon, I decided to visit the local library. If Paul Richards had disappeared, there might be more information in the archives. I pulled up everything I could find on him: news reports, police records, neighborhood bulletins. One thing stood out. A few weeks before he vanished, Paul had filed a complaint about strange noises and people lurking around his property. He mentioned his neighbors acting oddly, almost like they were trying to get inside his head. The report was marked confidential and had no follow-up notes. I left the library feeling more unsettled. I called Paul's number listed in the records. No answer, of course. I wondered if anyone else in the neighborhood remembered him or had noticed anything strange. That evening, I went for a walk, hoping to clear my head. As I approached the end of my street, I noticed a group of neighbors standing in a circle, whispering and glancing in my direction. When I passed by, they fell silent, their eyes following me. A chill ran down my spine. I realized this wasn't just a coincidence. They were organized, coordinated even. Someone had been watching Paul, and now they were watching me. Back home, I checked my phone again. Another message from Mrs. Collins. We all have our routines, don't we? Funny how some habits stick. I put the phone down and looked around my living room. The feeling of being invaded was undeniable now. Not just my privacy, but my sense of self was slipping away, piece by piece. Then, as I was about to turn off the lights, I noticed something on my kitchen table. A small, folded note I hadn't seen before. My name was written on it in neat, familiar handwriting. I unfolded it carefully. The note read, "You're not alone. We're watching. Be careful what you say next." I dropped the note and backed away, heart pounding. Whoever they were closer than I thought, and they weren't going to stop. I knew I had to find out who Paul Richards really was, why he disappeared, and what these neighbors wanted from me. But more than that, I had to figure out how to protect myself before I lost everything: my privacy, my identity, maybe even my safety. And deep down, I wondered if I had already waited too long. The streetlights flickered above me, casting long, trembling shadows across the cracked pavement. I couldn't shake the feeling of ice boring into the back of my neck, even as I forced myself to keep moving, away from the dimly lit porch and the suffocating silence that followed the note. Every step echoed too loud, each one a reminder that I was no longer just a bystander in this small town's twisted game. Back inside the house, I locked every door and window, double-checked the curtains, and pulled the shades tight. The old wooden floors creaked beneath my feet, a sound that suddenly seemed menacing rather than ordinary. My phone lay on the kitchen counter, screen cracked from a previous fall, but still functional. I dialed a number I hoped would connect me to some kind of help, someone who could make sense of this mess. Detective Mallory, the voice on the other end, was calm, professional. I had a contact from an old case, someone I trusted, even if it was a long shot. "I need your help," I whispered, glancing out the window where the shadows seemed to shift and dance. "It's about Paul Richards. And what's watching me." There was a brief pause, then a quiet click as the line went dead. I cursed under my breath. Maybe this wasn't the right move. Maybe I was already in too deep. I sank onto the worn couch, the leather cracked and sticky under my palms. My mind raced, piecing together every strange detail I'd overlooked until now. Paul Richards wasn't just a missing person, or maybe he was, but everything about him was wrapped in layers of deception. His last known address was this house, but the neighbors whispered about him like he was a ghost. No one wanted to say too much, but everyone knew something. And now, it seemed, they were watching me for reasons I still didn't understand. I pulled out my laptop, fingers trembling as I logged into the few online databases that might hold clues. Paul's name came up in some old news articles, nothing recent, just a few mentions about a local business scandal that had been quietly buried years ago. I scribbled notes, connecting dots that didn't quite fit, a sudden financial collapse, a company that vanished overnight, a trail that led to nowhere. Then a soft knock at the door froze me in place. My throat went dry. Who could it be at this hour? I wasn't expecting anyone. Slowly, I approached, every muscle tense like a coiled spring. "Who is it?" I called through the door. "Neighbor," came a muffled voice. "Just wanted to check if you were okay. Heard some noises earlier." I hesitated, then looked through the peephole. A man stood there, face partially obscured by the night. I didn't recognize him. The caution in my chest flared into alarm. "I'm fine," I said, voice steady despite the racing pulse. "Thanks, but I'm all right." "Suit yourself," he muttered and walked away. I locked the door again, but the dread lingered. This town wasn't going to let me go. And I was no longer just looking for answers. I was part of the story now, tangled up in whatever darkness Paul Richards had left behind. Sitting back down, I realized I had one choice, to dig deeper, no matter the cost. Because the watching wasn't about paranoia anymore. It was about survival. And if I wanted to keep my life, I had to find out exactly who was out there and what they wanted from me. The night stretched long after the man's shadow disappeared down the street. I blinked, caught off guard. "Yeah. Something's been keeping me up." He nodded slowly. "I noticed you were out late last night. Heard you talking on the phone." I frowned. "I was just calling a friend." "How did you know?" He shrugged. "Neighbors tend to hear things, don't they?" His smile didn't reach his eyes anymore. "Listen, if you're having trouble, you can talk to us. We're here." That was when I realized how rehearsed it all sounded, like he'd said it 100 times before. I stepped back, suddenly uneasy. "Thanks. I'll keep that in mind." I turned and walked away quickly, heart beating faster. I could feel his eyes on my back the entire time. The impression was clear. They were watching everything. Back at home, I tried to shake the feeling off, but it clung to me. I needed to find out if the Millers were the same. I called their house in the afternoon. A woman answered. Her voice was soft, almost too calm. "Hello," she said. "Hi, this is your neighbor." I wanted to ask if you've noticed anything strange around here lately." She paused. "Like what?" "People watching, strange noises, anything unusual." "No, nothing," she said firmly. "Why you ask?" I hesitated, then said, "Just worried about safety, you know." "Oh, of course," she replied. "If you ever need anything, just let us know." The same scripted tone. It was impossible to tell if she was lying or just playing along. That night, I stayed up again, this time with the windows open a crack. I thought maybe if I could hear what they were doing, I could catch something. Hours passed, and then I heard soft footsteps outside, moving slowly past my window. I froze, barely breathing, watching the moonlight catch the outline of someone standing just beyond the bushes. I shut the window and locked it. A few minutes later, my phone buzzed. I picked it up, heart thudding. It was a text from an unknown number. "We're close." I sat back down, staring at the message, the room suddenly feeling much smaller. Whoever was doing this wasn't just copying me anymore. They were trying to get inside, to break down the walls I'd built around my life. The next morning, I decided I couldn't wait for them to make the next move. I started searching online for any records or complaints about the neighborhood, anything that could explain the behavior. I found a few old articles about Paul Richards, the previous owner of my house, but nothing linking him directly to the neighbors. Still, the connection nagged at me. Why had the man last night said he was a neighbor when I didn't know him? Why was everyone suddenly so interested in me? Later that day, I noticed the Caldwell's car parked in front of my house. Mr. Caldwell was standing near the sidewalk, watching me from a distance. I grabbed my phone and stepped outside, pretending to check messages. He smiled and said, "Nice day, isn't it?" "Yeah," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "Listen, I don't know what's going on with all this. Copying and watching, but it needs to stop." He nodded slowly. "We just want to be part of the community. You're important to us." "Important? I don't understand." He took a step closer. "You're the reason this neighborhood feels alive again. Everyone's watching because they want to be. It's not personal." His words chilled me. "I don't want to be part of this," I said firmly. "I want my privacy." He smiled again, but it was colder this time. "Privacy is a luxury. Here, we share everything." I turned and walked back inside, locking the door behind me. That night, I found a package slipped under my door. Inside was a small notebook with my name on it. I opened it to find pages filled with notes about me, my routines, my favorite coffee order, even the books I kept on my shelf. Someone had been watching closely for a long time. I sat on the floor, the notebook heavy in my hands. It wasn't just mimicry anymore. It was obsession. They wanted to be me, live my life, know everything about me. And now, there was no turning back. I didn't know who to trust or where to turn. My neighbors had crossed a line, and I was trapped in their game. The quiet suburb I had hoped would be a fresh start had become a cage. The next day, as I prepared to leave for work, I noticed the miller's lawnmower sitting on my front porch. It wasn't mine. I hadn't lent it to anyone. A note was taped to the handle, "We're ready when you are." I stared at it, the weight of the situation pressing down on me harder than ever. Whatever this was, it wasn't going to stop. They weren't just watching or copying anymore. They were trying to take over. And I had no idea how to fight back. A cold knot formed in my stomach as I realized this wasn't just a prank or a warning, it was a challenge. The lawnmower wasn't just a borrowed tool, it was a symbol of control, a territorial marker left in plain sight. I considered calling the police but hesitated, knowing this was a game played in shadows, one that official channels might not understand. Instead, I decided to confront the Millers directly, to reclaim my space before it slipped away entirely. The sun was dipping low and I found myself standing at the edge of their driveway, the hum of evening cicadas filling the air. The Millers' house loomed ahead, windows shuttered against the dusk, but I could see the flicker of movement inside. I took a deep breath and knocked firmly. After a moment, the door swung open to reveal Lisa Miller, her arms crossed and a sharp glint in her eyes. "I was wondering when you'd show up," she said, voice cool but edged with something like amusement. "I need to talk," I said, trying to keep my tone steady. "About the lawnmower. About the messages you're sending." She smirked. "Oh, that. Consider it a friendly reminder. This neighborhood has rules, and you're skating close to the line." I stepped forward, feeling the weight of the moment settle around us. "I'm not trying to start a war, but I won't back down from my own yard." Lisa tilted her head, studying me like I was a puzzle she was eager to solve. "We'll see how long that lasts." Before I could respond, the door cracked open wider and Tom Miller appeared behind her, his expression unreadable. "Maybe it's time we all just talk this through," he said, voice low and steady. I nodded, realizing this wasn't going to be settled with threats or silence. If I wanted my space back, I have to step into their world and maybe find a way to change the rules altogether. Tom stepped forward. Lisa didn't move, just folded her arms and watched me. After a tense moment, I nodded and followed Tom into their house. The living room was neat, sterile almost, with furniture arranged. Tom gestured to the couch, and I sat down, trying to keep my nerves in check. Lisa stayed by the door, leaning against the frame, arms still crossed. "So," Tom began, "you're upset about the lawnmower and the messages, right?" I nodded. "It's not just that. It's everything. The way you and the others have been copying everything I do, my habits, the way I talk. It's like you're watching me all the time. I don't know why." Lisa smirked. "You're a creature of habit. It's hard not to notice when someone does the same thing every day. We just picked up on it." "That's not picking up," I said. "It's deliberate. And it's creepy when you show up at my door with that note about the lawnmower, or when the mailman says things I never told him. How do you even know about that?" Tom shifted in his seat. "Look, the neighborhood's close-knit. We talk. Maybe a little too much. But it's not meant to be threatening." "It feels threatening," I said, voice firm. "Like I don't have a private life anymore. And now I'm wondering if you've been inside my house. I've caught things out of place, small things. Nothing stolen so far, but still." Lisa's smirk faded. "We haven't been inside your house. That's crossing a line." "Then who?" I asked. "I'm careful. I lock the doors. I don't leave windows open." Tom looked at Lisa, then back at me. "You think someone's breaking in?" "I'm sure of it. It has to be someone here." Lisa shook her head. "You're overreacting. Maybe you're just stressed. Moving to a new place messes with your head." I shook my head. "No. I've lived in plenty of places. This is different." Tom leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "Okay, let's say someone did come into your house. What would they want? You don't have anything valuable." "That's not the point," I said. "It's about control. About making me feel." Lisa scoffed. "Well, welcome to our neighborhood. We look out for each other. Sometimes that means knowing what everyone's up to. Pat's not looking out for someone, I said. Pat's invasion. There was a long silence. Then Tom sighed. Look, maybe it's time we all agreed on some boundaries. No more copying. No more weird notes or messages. We'll give you space. I wanted to believe him, but something about the way Lisa was watching me made me doubt it. And if it happens again? Tom shrugged. Then we deal with it. Together. We're not here to make your life miserable. Lisa stepped forward, her eyes sharp. But if you push back too hard, you might find this neighborhood isn't as friendly as you think. I stood up, feeling the tension. I'm not trying to push anyone. I just want to live without feeling. Tom nodded slowly. Fair. We'll try to respect that. I left their house with a mix of relief and unease. The conversation didn't solve everything. If anything, it raised more questions about what they were capable of and how far they'd go to keep control. That night, I checked every lock, every window. I reset the alarm system and even moved a few things around the house. If they were watching, they'd notice the changes. I wanted to see how they'd react. The next morning, as I stepped out to get my mail, I saw Lisa and Tom standing across the street, talking quietly. Lisa caught my eye and smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. I held the mail tight and walked back inside, already dreading what I might find next. Later that day, I found my journal, the one I kept locked in my bedside drawer, sitting on the kitchen counter, open to a page I hadn't shown anyone. The handwriting in the margins wasn't mine. It was neat, deliberate. I stared at it, disbelief and anger rising at the same time. The invasion was no longer about copying habits or phrases. They were reading my thoughts, my private notes. I knew then this wasn't about friendliness or neighborhood rules. It was about control. About breaking me down until I was no longer myself. And the worst part was, I didn't know if I could stop it. I closed the notebook slowly, careful not to disturb the haunting script. My hands trembled, a cold sweat breaking out across my skin. Whoever had written those words had breached my sanctuary, my mind's quiet refuge. The realization settled like a stone in my gut. Privacy was a lie. Every secret, every fear, every fleeting idea could be snatched from me without warning. I glanced toward the window, the street outside bathed in the soft glow of dusk. Neighbors passed by, their smiles polite but hollow, their eyes too sharp, too knowing. They weren't just watching, they were waiting, measuring how far they could push. I thought about all the times I'd laughed too loudly, spoken too freely, or simply looked away too quickly. Each misstep catalogued, dissected. A sudden knock at the door jolted me from my spiraling thoughts. I hesitated, heart pounding. Opening it meant exposure, but ignoring it risked drawing suspicion. I moved cautiously, peering through the peephole. It was Mrs. Caldwell, clutching a basket of freshly baked bread, her expression warm but ice cold as winter ice. "Thought you might like some company," she said sweetly, stepping inside before I could answer. There was no invitation in her tone, only command. As she settled at the kitchen table, I realized that the boundaries I once took for granted had vanished. This was no longer about neighbors, it was about captors disguised as friends. And the fight for my mind had only just begun. "Mrs." I nodded, unsure if she was acknowledging the strange mimicry or if she meant something else. "How long has this been going on?" I asked. "Longer than you think," she said, her eyes flicking to the door. "Your habits, your words, they're easy to pick up. People. But when it becomes an obsession, it changes things." I leaned back, trying to steady my nerves. "Why me? Why this neighborhood?" She shrugged, a small, sad movement. "Because you're new. You bring something different, and they want to be a part of it. Or maybe they want to take it away. Her gaze held mine a moment longer, then she looked down at the table. I tried to warn you. The words hit me harder than I expected. For months, I thought I was losing my mind, imagining the eyes on me, the copying. Now, I realized I'd been trapped in a web I didn't even see. What do I do? I asked quietly. Mrs. Caldwell sighed. You can't fight them head on. It's not about confrontation. It's about taking back your life in small ways. She reached into her basket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. There's a support group. People who've dealt with this kind of neighborhood pressure. They meet down at the community center on Thursdays. I took the paper, the address blurred slightly from her wrinkles. You go? She nodded. I did, for a while. It helped me remember who I was. That's the hardest part. The people around you start to feel like extensions of yourself, but twisted. She glanced at the basket again. You'll need to find your own space, no matter how small. I sat back, the weight of her words settling in. For the first time, I felt a sliver of hope. Maybe I wasn't alone. That night, after Mrs. Caldwell left, I locked the door behind her and checked every window. The street was quiet, but I could still sense the watching. I opened the paper and studied the address. The community center was only a few blocks away. I debated going, but the idea of facing more people, even if they were friendly, made my stomach turn. Still, I knew I had to try. The next afternoon, I dressed carefully and stepped outside. The neighborhood looked the same, manicured lawns, identical mailboxes, neighbors chatting over fences, but I felt different. I wasn't just another house on the block anymore. At the community center, a small group had gathered in a plain room with folding chairs. The leader, a middle-aged man named Craig, welcomed me warmly. He explained that many people had experienced similar invasions of privacy and identity, often disguised as friendliness or coincidence. We call it mirroring, Craig said. At first, it feels flattering. Someone laughs when you laugh, uses the same phrases. But when it gets to the point where you lose yourself, that's when it becomes dangerous. One woman shared her story about neighbors who copied her style, her routines, even her grocery lists. Another spoke of friends who started to question her memory because their version of events was so polished, so rehearsed. Listening to them, I realized my experience wasn't unique. There was a pattern, a method to the madness. These people weren't random. They were part of something larger, a collective need to erase individuality and replace it with a false uniformity. Craig offered practical advice. Set boundaries. Change your routines. Don't give them the chance to learn your habits. Most importantly, find allies. Isolation makes it worse. That night, I started small. I rearranged my furniture, switched my usual coffee brand, even changed the route I took to the mailbox. Each shift felt. Over the following weeks, the neighbors noticed. Their imitations faltered, their smiles less certain. I stopped answering the door unless it was someone I trusted. I let my blinds stay closed longer. When they tried to copy my new phrases or habits, I laughed quietly to myself. I was no longer the script they could follow. Mrs. Caldwell's visits became less frequent, and when she came, she no longer pushed her way inside. One afternoon, she caught me in the garden and said, "You're doing well. They'll test you again, but you're stronger now." I nodded, grateful for her quiet support. Eventually, the pressure eased. The neighborhood settled back into polite distance rather than invasive closeness. I still caught the occasional glance from a window, but it felt less like surveillance and more. Most importantly, I found my voice again. I spoke freely, laughed without fear, and made plans without second-guessing how others would react. Looking back, I understand now that the real horror wasn't the neighbor's mimicry but the way it almost convinced me I was losing my grip on who I was. The fight wasn't against them, it was against the fear they planted in me. I'm not naive enough to think it's over forever. People can be strange, even cruel, when they feel threatened or jealous. But I know how to protect myself now. This neighborhood will never be perfect, but it's mine. And I'm finally free to live in it as myself. I've learned to trust my own voice again, to recognize when doubt creeps in and to push it aside. Each day is a small victory, a reclaiming of peace. And those shadows still linger at the edges, I refuse to let them define my story. Story 5, Radioactive Hull, the unmarked cargo. I wasn't supposed to take that load. I nodded, though I was already uneasy. The container was a dull gray, with no markings except a faded serial number. I climbed in, started the engine, and pulled out. The roads were empty, and I kept checking the container now and then through the mirrors. It looked normal enough, but something didn't sit right. About an hour in, I noticed a sharp chemical smell in the cab. It wasn't strong, but it was definitely there. I rolled down the window, hoping for some fresh air, but the scent lingered. I checked the seals on the container from my mirrors, but everything seemed intact. I reached for my phone to call the dispatcher when the little radiation detector I kept in the glove box started beeping softly. I'd never had a real reason to use it before. The device wasn't much, just a cheap model I bought on a whim after a hazmat training course, but it was reliable enough to catch something unusual. The reading was low, barely above normal background levels, but it was there. I frowned and looked around for the source. The cab was clean, and I hadn't noticed anything suspicious before. I pulled over at a rest stop, telling myself it was probably a malfunction. Still, I kept the detector out and watched it for a few minutes. The levels ticked up slowly. I called the dispatcher again, but the line went straight to voicemail. I left a message, explaining the situation and asking for details on the cargo. No response. Back on the road, the smell got worse. It wasn't overpowering, but it was definitely chemical. I grabbed a bottle of water and wiped the sweat off my forehead. The sun was climbing higher, and I felt a headache coming on. The radiation detector beeped more steadily now. I pulled over again, this time at a small diner. The place was empty except for a tired-looking waitress. I tried to explain the situation, but she just shook her head. Sounds. You sure you don't want to call someone? This isn't the kind of thing to mess with. I'm trying, I said, but the company's not answering. She pointed to the container out front. That thing's been here a week, they say. Nobody knows what's inside. That made my stomach turn. I hadn't seen the container before today. Why was it just sitting there? And why had no one come to claim it? I went back to the truck and checked the container again. It was still sealed, but now I noticed a faint haze around the edges. It looked like a thin mist, almost. I reached for my phone to take a picture when the radiation detector started screeching. I dropped the phone and grabbed the device with both hands. The numbers on the screen were climbing fast, way beyond anything normal. My hand shook as I shut the door and locked it tight. I tried calling again, but no luck. The cell signal was fading as I headed back onto the highway. I kept the windows closed and the air conditioning on recirculate. The smell was worse inside the cab, and I felt a dry cough coming on. I thought about stopping somewhere safe, but I didn't know where to go. The container's destination was a mystery. Whoever sent it hadn't left a trace. I was the only one who had it now. By the time I reached the next town, I was sweating through my shirt. The radiation detector was still beeping, but I could barely hear it over the pounding in my ears. My phone buzzed suddenly. A message from an unknown number. "Stop now. Don't open the door." I stared at the screen, frozen. Who was warning me? And how did they know? I looked back at the container, then down at the detector. The numbers were flashing red. I realized I was carrying something dangerous, something that could ruin everything I touched. I didn't know it yet, but by the time the sun set, nothing would be the same. My fingers trembled as I debated my next move. The message demanded an immediate halt, but curiosity clawed at me harder than fear. What if the warning was a trap? Or worse, a test? I glanced around, the dim warehouse shadows stretching long and unforgiving. The silence pressed in, broken only by the detector's insistent beeping. I took a slow, deliberate breath and decided to trust the unknown sender for now. I pulled out my phone and typed back, keeping my fingers steady despite the adrenaline. Who is this? Why should I stop? Seconds dragged by. Then, another message buzzed in. You're too close. The door leads to what they don't want you to see. Walk away before it's too late. A cold shiver ran down my spine. The door, the very container I was about to open, held secrets, no doubt. But the truth gnawed at me with relentless urgency. I couldn't just walk away. Too many pieces were already in motion. I pocketed the phone and crouched near the crate, inspecting the edges for signs of tampering or booby traps. Nothing. Just the faint hum of something mechanical inside. Suddenly, the detector's red lights burst into a frantic strobe. A sharp, high-pitched alarm blared through the warehouse, deafening and raw. The message from my phone seemed almost prophetic now. I stumbled backwards, heart hammering, as the metal door creaked open just a fraction under its own weight. From the shadow beyond, a whisper slithered out, barely audible but unmistakably clear. You shouldn't have come. The air thickened, charged with a threat that was both immediate and endless. I realized this wasn't just about what was inside the container, it was about what was waiting for me after I crossed the threshold. And whatever it was hungry for answers. The warehouse was silent again after the alarm cut out, but my hands still shook from the sudden noise. I looked up, eyes darting toward the shadows. The warehouse felt colder, emptier, but I wasn't alone. The container wasn't just leaking chemicals. Someone wanted to keep me away. And now, I was stuck in the middle of it all. I knew I had to find a way out before whatever was inside the container spread beyond this warehouse, and before I became part of the contamination myself. My breath came out in shallow puffs, the stale air thick and heavy with the metallic tang of chemicals. The flickering overhead lights cast long, distorted shadows that danced along the cracked concrete floor. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but my legs wouldn't obey, not yet. I had to know what I was dealing with. What was inside that container? I edged closer, the harsh beam of my flashlight slicing through the gloom. The container door hummed slightly ajar, warped and rusted at the edges like it had been forced open. A faint hiss escaped from within, a sinister whisper that promised nothing good. I swallowed hard and steeled myself, then pushed the door further open. Inside, the source of the leak was clear. Rows of glass vials lay shattered on the floor, their contents pooling in iridescent puddles that shimmered with unnatural colors. I knelt down, cautiously avoiding the liquid as I examined it. The label on one of the intact vials caught my eye. Project Cobalt Experimental Biochemical Agent. I frowned. Experimental? Biochemical? Those words didn't bode well. Whatever this stuff was, it wasn't something the authorities would want leaking out. No wonder someone had set an alarm to keep me out. Suddenly, a faint noise behind me made me freeze. I spun around, flashlight beam catching a figure darting just beyond a stack of crates. My heart hammered as I called out, "Who's there?" No answer. Just the echo of my own voice bouncing back at me. I swallowed the lump in my throat and started to back away, but a shadow detached itself from the darkness, tall, deliberate steps closing the distance. The intruder's face remained hidden beneath a hood, but their hands were gloved tightly in black. "Why are you here?" I demanded, voice trembling despite myself. A low voice answered, cold and clipped. "You shouldn't have come." Before I could react, they lunged forward, a sharp metallic glint catching the light item. I dodged instinctively, slamming my shoulder into a crate to gain leverage. The attacker hissed, stumbling slightly, then retreated back into the shadows, disappearing as suddenly as they'd appeared. My heart raced. Whoever this was, they were dangerous and desperate to keep me away from that container. I needed a plan. There was no way I could confront whoever was inside this warehouse head-on, especially with a biochemical leak on the loose. I had to find a way out, and fast. But first, I had to understand what I was up against. I rummaged through the crates near the container, hoping for clues. Among the scattered papers and broken glass, I found a tattered folder marked confidential. Inside were hastily scribbled notes, graphs, and chemical formulas. One document stood out, a report titled Containment Breach Simulation, Project Cobalt. The report detailed a scenario where the biochemical agent, designed to alter human cell behavior, could become airborne if exposed. The consequences were catastrophic: rapid mutation, uncontrollable infection, systemic collapse. It was a weaponized pathogen, engineered for maximum disruption. I shivered, realizing the stakes. This wasn't just a chemical spill. It was a potential biohazard crisis, and I was trapped in the epicenter. Footsteps echoed again, closer this time. I slid the folder into my jacket and moved swiftly toward the exit, pressing my back against the cold wall. The intruder was searching for me. I was sure of it. Every shadow could be a threat. Suddenly, the faint flicker of a radio crackled nearby. I crept toward the sound and found a small handheld device abandoned on a crate, its screen blinking with incoming messages. I tapped the screen, heart pounding. The messages were fragmented but clear enough. Containment compromised. Evacuate facility immediately. Target. Target on the move. Engage only if necessary. My mind raced. The facility was falling apart, and whatever operation had been underway was now in chaos. I pocketed the device and scanned the corridor ahead. Footsteps echoed, quick, purposeful. The intruder was close. I edged forward, every sense heightened. The dim emergency lights cast long, distorted shadows that twisted like specters on the walls. To my left, a door hung ajar, leading to what looked like a storage room. Without hesitation, I slipped inside and closed the door silently behind me. Inside, crates and equipment formed a precarious maze. I crouched low, listening. The footsteps paused nearby, then retreated slowly. Relief washed over me, but only briefly. I knew the intruder wouldn't give up easily. A new message blinked on the device. Protocol Delta initiated. Do not allow data breach. That was it. Whatever I had stumbled into wasn't just a containment breach, it was a war for information. And I was right in the middle of it. I stayed in the storage room, pressed against the wall, trying to keep quiet. Are you sure the driver is still inside? We can't risk exposure if he's contaminated. He has to be. The last alert showed movement near the storage bay. I swallowed hard. They were talking about me. The door opened suddenly, and one of them stepped out, scanning the hallway. I ducked back into the stairwell, heart pounding. If they found me now, I have no chance. My hand shook as I clutched the railing and tried to steady my breathing. I needed to think. The container was leaking. The people inside this facility were panicking because of it. I was exposed, and every minute I stayed here risked turning me into a walking hazard. But where could I go? I pulled the device from my pocket again. Maybe it could help me find something, an exit, a safe zone, or at least a way to communicate. The screen blinked, then a new message appeared. Containment breach level, critical. Immediate evacuation recommended for unexposed personnel. I wasn't unexposed. I could feel it in my skin, a faint burning sensation that hadn't been there before. The toxin was real, and it was getting worse. I knew I had to get out of the building, but the locked door wasn't going to open. I glanced back up the stairs. The voices had faded, but I could hear more footsteps now, approaching fast. There was no time. I scanned the hallway for anything useful and spotted a janitor's closet. The door was slightly open. I slipped inside and closed it behind me. Inside was a small mop, some cleaning supplies, and a phone on a hook by the wall. I grabbed the phone and lifted the receiver. No dial tone. My mind raced. Maybe the line was dead, or maybe they had cut communications to keep information from getting out. I had to try something else. I pulled my own phone out again. The signal was weak but still there. I sent a quick text to my dispatcher. In trouble. Container leaking. Need help. Facility compromised. No reply. I tried calling, but the line went straight to voicemail. Whoever was in control here must have shut down external connections. I set the phone down and took a deep breath. I couldn't wait for help. I had to get out on my own. I checked the closet door. It opened inward, so I could use the mop to block it if someone tried to enter. I needed a plan. I thought about the container. The radiation and chemical levels were highest near it, so the toxin was definitely leaking. If I stayed near it too long, I'd be too contaminated to get help or even survive long enough to warn someone. I had to move the container or at least isolate it somehow. But I wasn't equipped for that. The door to the storage room was the only way in, and I'd already seen how tight security was. I remembered the data on the device mentioned exfiltration. Maybe that meant a way out for the cargo, or maybe an extraction point. I looked at the device again and found a map of the facility. The container was marked in the storage bay, near a loading dock on the far side of the building. Another exit was shown there, but it was labeled restricted access. It was my only shot. I pocketed the device and prepared to leave the closet. I knew the toxin was spreading, but I had to take the risk. I slipped out and moved quietly down the hall, heading toward the loading dock. As I got closer, the chemical smell was nearly overpowering. My eyes burned, and I had to cover my nose with my jacket. The storage bay doors were open, but the area was deserted. The container sat in the center, a large metal box with no markings except a faded warning symbol I couldn't make out in the dim light. I approached cautiously. The container's surface was warm to the touch, and the radiation levels on my device spiked. I realized the seal was compromised. I looked around for something to contain the leak, a tarp, a spill kit, anything. There was a pallet of plastic sheeting nearby. I grabbed a sheet and tried to wrap the container, but the smell intensified as I worked. Suddenly, I heard voices behind me. I ducked behind a stack of crates and peered out. Two men in suits were walking toward the dock, talking in low tones. We need to secure the driver and the cargo. No leaks. If contamination spreads outside, the fallout will be catastrophic. One of them pulled out a phone and typed quickly. I realized then I wasn't just dealing with a facility in chaos, I was part of a much bigger operation trying to control a disaster that was already out of control. They hadn't found me yet, but they were looking. I had no choice but to keep moving. I slipped through the crates and headed for the dock exit. The door was locked, but a keypad was mounted nearby. I didn't know the code. I looked back at the men. They were getting closer. I had to think fast. I pulled the device out again and scanned the keypad. The device beeped and displayed a prompt, override available. Confirm entry. I hesitated. Was this a trap? Could the device really open the door? I pressed yes. The keypad beeped, and the door unlocked with a hiss. I slipped outside into the cold night air. But as the door shut behind me, I realized something worse than the toxin was waiting out here. A black van sat idling nearby. The side door slid open, and the men in suits stepped out. There was no turning back now. The black van's door slid open slowly. I didn't move. I kept my eyes on them, trying to read what they wanted. They looked serious, but not panicked. They weren't here just to rough me up. This felt. I don't have anything you want, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I'm just doing a job. I don't know what's in the container. The man who spoke stepped closer, his gaze flicking to the radiation detector clipped to my belt. You know more than you're saying, he said. You noticed the readings. The smell. You're not just a driver. I swallowed. He was right. The chemical smell was getting stronger, and the radiation levels had spiked again during the last stretch. I hadn't wanted to admit it, but I was carrying a leaking toxin, and I was the only one who knew. Look, I don't want trouble, I said. If this thing's leaking, I need to get help. I need to get it sealed or quarantined. I can't just drive around with it. Another man, younger and with a clipboard, stepped forward. Help? You think anyone wants your help? This container was never meant to leave the facility. It was supposed to be kept under strict control. I frowned. Then why was it loaded onto my truck without paperwork? Why was I told to deliver it without questions? The man with the clipboard hesitated, then looked away. Orders come from higher up. We're trying to contain the situation and keep it quiet. I nodded slowly. That explained a lot. The chaos inside the warehouse, the men chasing me, the locked doors, they were all part of some cover-up. If the toxin leaked outside controlled zones, it could ruin everything. Lives, environment, the company's reputation. What do you want from me? I asked. The first man looked at me for a long moment, then said, You're going to help us fix this. You're going to drive the container to a secure holding site. We'll handle the cleanup. But you need to follow instructions exactly. No detours. No stops. I swallowed hard. And if I don't? His expression didn't change. Then you'll be a problem. And problems get dealt with. I didn't like the sound of that, but I knew arguing wouldn't help. I nodded. Okay. Tell me where. The man with the clipboard pulled out a folded paper and handed it to me. This is the address. It's a private facility, off the grid. We've arranged for clearance. You'll have an escort waiting. I looked at the paper. It was a rural address, miles from any main road or town. Perfect for keeping things quiet. Fine, I said, tucking the paper in my jacket. But I need protective gear. This stuff is leaking. It's dangerous. They exchanged looks. Then the first man reached into the van and pulled out a sealed box. Here. These suits will protect you, but they're not perfect. Keep exposure to a minimum. I took the box, feeling the weight of it. Inside were disposable coveralls, gloves, masks, basic protective gear. Better than nothing. Get dressed, the man said. We don't have much time. I moved to the back of the truck, opened the container's rear doors, and checked the seal again. It was damaged. The smell was stronger near the gap. I could see a faint haze inside. I put on the suit quickly, feeling the plastic crackle as I slid into it. The gloves were stiff, the mask made it harder to breathe, but at least I'd slow the contamination. Back outside, the men in suits were already moving. One climbed into the van, another got into a small car parked nearby. They planned to follow me. I climbed into the truck, started the engine, and checked the gauges again. Radiation levels were climbing steadily. The device beeped softly, warning me. I took a deep breath and pulled away from the dock. The headlights of the van and car followed me down the dark road. As we drove, I kept glancing at the container. The smell was unbearable now. I rolled down the window, but the cold air did little to clear it. My eyes watered, and I had to blink hard to keep them open. The man on the radio crackled through with instructions. Stay on route. Don't stop. We're tracking you. I nodded even though they couldn't see me. The tension in the cab was thick. I felt like I was carrying a ticking time device. After what felt like hours, we reached a fenced compound surrounded by high walls and security cameras. A guard waved us through without a word. Inside, a small team in hazmat suits was waiting. They moved quickly to the container, setting up barriers and equipment to contain the leak. One of them looked at me and shook his head. You shouldn't have been driving this without a full suit from the start. You've been exposed. I swallowed hard. What happens now? The team leader didn't sugarcoat it. We'll decontaminate you in the truck, but you'll need medical evaluation. The toxin is aggressive. Even brief contact can cause serious harm. I felt the weight of it press down on me. I'd been carrying poison for hours, touching the container, the cab, the gear. The thought of what I might have brought into contact with me made my skin crawl. The men in suits who brought me here spoke quietly among themselves. I caught snippets of liability, containment breach, damage control. This wasn't just about a trucker making a delivery anymore. It was a cover-up, a dangerous secret that powerful people wanted to keep buried. As the team started the decontamination process, I looked back at the container. The seal was still broken. The toxin was still leaking. And I realized that no matter what happened next, I was now part of the problem. And they weren't going to let me walk away from it. The radio crackled again. This time, it wasn't the escort. Driver, we need to talk. Where are you? I froze. The voice was different, calm, but cold. Closer than before. I wasn't alone anymore. The voice on the radio didn't come with instructions or questions. I stayed frozen, my mind racing. I wasn't sure who I was talking to anymore. The men in suits had moved back from the container, but this voice sounded like someone else, closer, more deliberate. I wiped my clammy hands on my jeans and took a slow breath. Okay, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. I'm stepping out. I opened the door and climbed down. The air was sharp with a chemical smell, and the Geiger counter clipped to my belt was still ticking higher than it should. The men in suits were watching me. But the voice came from a man standing a few feet away wearing a jacket that didn't match the others. He looked clean, calm, but his eyes held something cold. Name and ID, he said. I reached into my shirt pocket and handed him my license. He inspected it briefly, then nodded toward the container. You know what you're carrying? I swallowed hard. I know it's dangerous. It was leaking. He glanced at the container, then back at me. You were told to keep this quiet. No one is supposed to know. Why did you call the escort? Because it was leaking. Because I'm not a chemist. Because I didn't want to get anyone hurt, I said. Look, I'm just a driver. I didn't sign up for this. The man's eyes narrowed. You're part of the problem now. You've handled the container. You've been exposed. That means liability. Contamination. You need to be quarantined. I shook my head. I'm not going anywhere until someone explains what this is. This isn't just some cargo. It's poison. I want to know what I'm dealing with. The man said nothing for a moment. Then he spoke slowly. It's a toxic chemical. Highly radioactive. It's meant for controlled disposal, but the company shipping it cut corners. That's why the seal broke. You were the unlucky one who got stuck with it. He looked over his shoulder at the others. We have containment teams en route. You'll be isolated until further notice. I felt the weight of his words press down on me. Isolation meant a lot of things: loss of control, uncertainty, and the chance no one would believe what I knew. But I didn't have a choice. They moved me to a temporary quarantine trailer they'd set up nearby. The men in suits stayed outside, talking quietly on their phones, while I sat inside on a folding chair. The air inside was filtered, but stale. I pulled out my phone and tried to call my wife, but there was no service. The truck, the container, the whole area was cut off. Hours passed. I saw the containment team arrive, people in hazmat suits, working quickly to seal the leak and secure the container. I watched through a small window as they wrapped the crate in layers of plastic and sprayed it down. The Geiger counter's ticking slowed, but it never stopped. That was a small relief. Later, a doctor came in. She wore a mask and gloves, but her eyes were kind. We're going to do some tests, Mr. Daniels, she said. You've been exposed to a dangerous substance. We need to make sure you don't have any serious contamination. I nodded. What happens if I do? She hesitated. We'll treat the symptoms, but the long-term effects depend on the level of exposure. She gave me a look that said she wasn't sure either. You're lucky you got it early. The tests felt endless. Blood samples, scans, monitoring. Each time, I thought about the truck, the container, the miles I'd driven without knowing what I was carrying. I wondered how many people I might have exposed at gas stations, rest stops, diners. The thought made me dizzy. By the next morning, the men in suits returned. They didn't introduce themselves. One handed me a document, a non-disclosure agreement. Sign this. You're not to speak about this incident to anyone. You'll receive further instructions regarding your condition. I looked at the paper, then back at him. I don't know what you expect me to do. Keep quiet about something that could hurt people? I'm not sure I can. He smiled thinly. You don't have a choice. This is for everyone's safety. You'll be monitored, but you'll be free to leave once cleared. I signed the paper. It felt like giving away a piece of myself, but I knew arguing wouldn't help. The next days were a blur of tests and waiting. My symptoms were mild headaches, nausea, fatigue, but I knew that could change. The doctor warned me to avoid contact with anyone until they confirmed I wasn't contaminated. The company offered to cover medical expenses, but I could tell they wanted me to disappear quietly. I spent hours alone in the trailer, thinking about how I'd gotten into this mess. A routine job turned nightmare because of greed and secrecy. The container wasn't just a box, it was a symbol of how little some people cared about the risks they took with other lives. Eventually, the tests came back. The exposure was significant but contained. With treatment, I was expected to recover. They gave me instructions on how to decontaminate my clothes and belongings, and arranged for a clean set of clothes to be delivered. I packed up the things I could keep and waited for the final clearance. Before I left, the doctor pulled me aside. "You did the right thing by calling for help. Most people wouldn't have. Just be careful. This isn't over. You might face health issues down the road." I nodded. "Thanks. I just want to get back to normal." As I stepped outside, the sun was low in the sky. The container was gone, replaced by a fleet of trucks and hazmat vehicles. The area was cordoned off, a silent warning to anyone who might come too close. I looked down at my hands. They were clean, but I knew the dirt was under my skin now. The company had tried to erase the problem, but it wasn't easy to forget something. I walked to my truck, the one I'd driven hours without knowing the danger it carried. The engine started smoothly. I looked at the road ahead, uncertain where it would lead, but ready to move forward. I made a call to my wife. My voice cracked when I told her what happened, but she stayed calm. "We'll get through this," she said. That was all I needed to hear. The experience changed me. I wasn't just a truck driver anymore. I was a warning. A reminder that sometimes, the things we carry aren't just cargo, they're consequences. And sometimes, the hardest part isn't surviving the danger, it's living with what you've touched. Story 6, Phantom Route, The Vanishing Highway Signs. I was halfway through my usual route from Tulsa to Albuquerque when the first odd sign showed up. I pulled over at the next rest stop to stretch and look at the maps again. The paper atlas showed nothing by that name anywhere near my route. I double-checked the GPS, still there. I tapped the screen to refresh the map, hoping it was a glitch or some kind of outdated database. The name was still there, clear as day. I shrugged it off, blaming a software hiccup, and climbed back into the cab. Driving again, I started paying more attention to the signs. That's when I noticed the mile markers were off too. Usually, they count up steadily, but these jumped around. One would say 45, the next 33, then 51. I tried to rationalize it as construction or rerouted highways, but I hadn't seen any detour signs or roadwork anywhere. The road looked untouched. The sky was clear, and the moon was just a sliver, so visibility was good. I kept my speed steady, eyes scanning the road and the edges for anything unusual. That's when I caught sight of a gas station sign that claimed it was open 24 hours. It was called Jenkins Fuel, but the place itself was dark, empty, and looked abandoned. No pumps, no lights, no cars. The building was weathered, with peeling paint and boarded-up windows. I pulled over and walked around. No one was inside or nearby. I went back to the truck and decided to call home. The cell signal was weak, which wasn't unusual out here, but it was enough to send a text. My wife answered a few minutes later. We talked about the kids and the dog. I didn't mention the weird signs or the missing town. I didn't want to sound crazy. After hanging up, I got back on the road. The next sign I saw was for a restaurant called the Crooked Spur. Nothing like it appeared on any map, and I was certain I'd passed through most of this area before. I knew every diner and truck stop between here and New Mexico. I kept watching for the place, but it never came. The road curved gently through the trees, but no sign of any buildings. I checked the GPS again. The restaurant was supposed to be less than a mile ahead, but the map showed nothing but road and woods. A knot started tightening in my stomach. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was just a glitch in the programs I was using or some kind of prank by the highway department. I pulled over at a second rest stop, a small clearing with a few picnic tables, and dug out my phone to search online. I typed in Marlin's Gap and the Crooked Spur, but nothing relevant came up. No reviews, no business listings, no photos. Just silence. While I sat there, I glanced up and noticed the trees looked different. There was a strange uniformity to them, like they'd been planted in neat rows rather than growing naturally. The underbrush was sparse. I remembered the landscape being more varied on this route in the past, more wildflowers, more birds. Now it seemed sterile. I started the engine and pulled back onto the road. The GPS voice came back online, cheerfully announcing, approaching Marlin's Gap in 0.5 miles. I glanced over and saw the same sign again. The fact that it kept showing up, even though nothing was there, was starting to get under my skin. I passed a small bridge over a creek, but the water was muddy and still. There were no animals, no signs of life. Just silence. I kept driving, hoping to reach a real town soon. I needed to stop, get some food, and maybe reset my route. Then, on the side of the road, I saw something else. A billboard advertising a local motel called the Pine Rest. It had a phone number and a slogan, "You're a home away from home." But there was no motel anywhere in sight. The road was straight and empty for miles in every direction. No buildings, no lights, no cars. I pulled over and called the number. It rang once, twice, then went straight to voicemail. I left a message, saying I was interested in a room and would call back. Nothing. No return call. I tried again after a few minutes with the same result. That's when I noticed the temperature gauge on the dashboard was rising. My truck's cooling system was working fine, but the needle kept climbing into the red zone. I stopped the engine and popped the hood. Everything looked normal, no leaks, no steam. I sat back down, frowning. It was a hot night, but the heat shouldn't be causing that. I started the engine again, and the temperature dropped back to normal. I shrugged and kept driving, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. A little later, I came across another sign. This one was for a junction with Highway 57, a road I'd taken many times before. The sign was old and dirty, but the number was clear. I took the exit, hoping it would lead me back to a familiar route. Instead, the road seemed to stretch endlessly through dense forest. The mile markers were gone. The GPS was silent, the screen blank. No satellite signal. I stopped and tried to reboot the system. Nothing changed. I looked around. No other vehicles. No streetlights, not even any overhead power lines. Just tall trees on either side, blocking out the sky. I started to feel trapped, like I'd driven into a place that wasn't supposed to exist. I kept going, hoping to find a gas station, a town, anything. Then I saw someone standing by the side of the road up ahead. A man in a faded orange vest, waving his arms. I slowed and pulled over. He looked tired, sweaty, and out of place. I asked if he needed help. He glanced at me, eyes wide, and said, "You're not supposed to be here." His words hung in the air. I wanted to ask what he meant, but before I could, he turned and disappeared into the trees. I sat there for a moment, the engine idling, staring at the spot where he'd been. The road was empty again. I didn't know it yet, but that was the moment when everything started to go wrong. I sat in the cab for a long time after the man in the orange vest vanished into the trees. She looked around nervously, then lowered her voice. "You're in the wrong place. You shouldn't be here. No one should." I sat down across from her. What do you mean? Where is here? She shook her head. It's not where. It's a trap. A loop. People come through, and they never leave. The roads change. The signs are lies. It's designed to keep you moving, but going nowhere. I stared at her. Who's behind it? She hesitated. I don't know. It's not just one person. It's a system. Something people made to hide things, to erase anyone who stumbles in. I asked, have you tried to leave? She nodded slowly. Every day. But the road pulls you back. You think you're escaping, but you're not. I've been here a long time. Her words hit me hard. If this was true, I wasn't just lost. I was trapped. I wanted to ask more, but she stood up and looked toward the dark trees. You shouldn't stay here long. They watch. You keep moving. Before I could respond, she disappeared into the shadows. I sat alone in the dark again, the weight of what she said pressing down on me. The road was endless, and so was the silence. I didn't know who they were or what this place really was, but I knew one thing. I couldn't stop driving. Not yet. Not until I found a way out or until the road swallowed me whole. The car's engine hummed softly, a fragile tether to the world I thought I understood. I glanced once more at the spot where she had vanished, swallowed by the night and the whispering trees. The air was thick with something I couldn't name, anticipation, or maybe dread. My fingers tightened around the steering wheel, knuckles pale. Somewhere, deep down, a voice murmured that the night was far from over. I flipped my headlights to high beam, slicing through the darkness, hoping to catch a sign, a hint, anything. The road ahead was a ribbon of black and silver, twisting through the dense forest like a vein pulsing with unseen life. The trees leaned closer, their branches clawing at the sky as if to snatch the stars away. I kept the speed slow, cautious. Every mile seemed to stretch longer than the last. Minutes bled into each other without meaning. The radio crackled and fizzed, a static symphony that the night bore well. I reached to adjust the dial, but then the faintest sound caught my ear, a soft thudding, rhythmic and deliberate, like footsteps pacing just beyond the tree line. I froze. The sound grew louder, more distinct, and then stopped. Silence returned, thick and suffocating. I swallowed hard. Who's there? The words felt foolish, swallowed by the night. No answer came. Only the rustling of leaves, and that endless road winding ever onward. The thought she planted in my mind gnawed at me. They watch. Who were they? What did they want? I had no frame of reference, no memories of this place beyond the dim fragments of my journey. A creeping suspicion settled in my bones. I wasn't just lost here, I was hunted. I forced myself to focus. The dashboard clock glowed 2:13 a.m. I had no idea how long I'd been driving. The road curved sharply ahead, bordered by a mossy stone wall that seemed impossibly old. I slowed, eyes scanning for anything, an exit, a signpost, a shelter. The trees pressed in closer, their shadows thickening into shapes that teased the edge of recognition. Faces? Figures? My heart slammed against my ribs. Without warning, a flicker caught my eye, a flash of movement at the periphery. I jerked the wheel, swerving slightly, headlights swinging toward a figure standing by the roadside. A man. Tall, cloaked in a long coat that billowed in the wind. His face was obscured beneath a white-brimmed hat, but I could see the glint of eyes catching the light. He held something in his hand, an old lantern, its flame flickering weakly against the night. I slowed to a stop a few feet before him. Are you okay? My voice was tentative, brittle. He didn't answer at first, just stared. Then the lantern lowered, and in its faint glow, I could see the sharp lines of a face, weathered, pale, with deep-set eyes that seemed to pierce right through me. "Lost, are you?" His voice was gravelly, the kind you hear in old storytellers or men who've spent too long buried in shadows. Something like that. I tried to keep my tone steady, though my gut twisted with unease. "Can you help me?" He smiled, but it was thin and humorless. "Help comes at a price." He stepped closer, the shadows retreating just enough to reveal the gnarled hand holding the lantern. "This road," he said, voice dropping to a whisper, "doesn't just lead forward. It carries you back, or sideways, sometimes in circles." He eyed the car, then the road behind me. "Most find the path they never meant to take." I swallowed, the chill creeping up my spine. "What do you mean by that?" I asked, trying to steady my voice. He leaned in, the lantern's light flickering against his weathered face. "Choices aren't just moments, they're echoes. Every step changes the rhythm, and once you start, there's no turning off the music." His eyes bore into mine, waiting. I nodded slowly, feeling the weight of his words settle deep within me. I stayed standing there for a long moment after he spoke, the lantern light wavering between us. I showed her the GPS on my phone. The screen was blank, frozen on some random coordinates. When I tried to reload the map, it just spun endlessly. "That's strange," she said. "There's no signal out here usually, but you should get some near the interstate." I thanked her and stepped back outside. The night was colder now, and the sky was clearing. I tried to call dispatch, but my phone wouldn't connect. I was on my own. I climbed back into the truck and studied the road signs again. They didn't match any map I had, and the numbers were all wrong. It was like someone had rearranged the entire area, the roads and landmarks shifting just out of reach. Then I saw a figure standing at the edge of the road up ahead. I slowed down and rolled the window down a little. The man looked normal enough, jeans, a jacket, no hat, but something about him made me tense up. He waited until I stopped, then walked over. "Lost?" he asked, his voice low. I nodded. "Yeah. You know how to get to the interstate?" He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Depends on which way you want to go." I stared at him. "I just want to get out of here. Back to the main highway." He chuckled softly. "There's no main highway here. Not anymore." I rubbed my forehead. "Look, I don't want any trouble. Can you just tell me where I am? I'm a long-haul driver. I need to make my delivery." The man's smile faded, and he took a step closer. "You're somewhere you shouldn't be. Roads here don't follow the rules. People who show up, well, they end up disappearing." I swallowed hard. "What do you mean disappearing?" He looked down the road, then back at me. "They get lost. Or worse. You don't want to stick around." I nodded, feeling the knot in my stomach tighten. "How do I get out?" He shook his head. "You don't. Not the way you think. The road changes. It waits. It watches. You think you're driving forward, but you're just dancing in place." I looked away, trying to keep my voice steady. "Is there anyone else? Anyone who's made it out?" He shrugged. "Not that I know of." The silence stretched between us. I glanced at my phone again, still no signal, still no map. The man turned and started walking back toward the shadows. "Wait," I said. "Why are you telling me this?" He stopped and looked over his shoulder. "Because you asked. And because maybe it's better to know than to keep hoping. That road doesn't want you. It never did. I sat there for a moment after he left, the weight of his words settling in. My mind raced through everything that had happened since I'd started driving down this stretch. The mismatched signs, the frozen GPS, the strange diner, the man's warnings. It was all real, and it was all pointing to one thing: I was trapped. I started the truck again and pulled back onto the road, eyes scanning every shadow, every bend. The landscape kept changing. Fields turned into dense trees, then back to empty plains. I passed a bridge that looked freshly painted, but the paint was peeling in places where it shouldn't have been. The mile markers jumped backward again. I tried to call dispatch one more time. No answer. I even texted my wife, but the message didn't send. The loneliness hit me harder than I expected. I wasn't just lost on some forgotten highway. I was cut off from everything and everyone. Hours passed. The sun was starting to rise, but the road didn't get any clearer. The landmarks I saw were still unfamiliar, and the signs kept shifting. I pulled over at a rest stop that wasn't on any map I had. It was empty except for a single car parked near the far edge of the lot. I got out, hoping to stretch and maybe spot someone. The car had no license plate, and the windows were tinted so dark I couldn't see inside. I circled it cautiously but found nothing unusual. No driver, no note, no sign anyone had been there recently. Then, as I turned back toward my truck, I caught movement at the tree line. A figure stood watching me, barely visible between the trees. I called out, but they didn't answer. They just faded back into the shadows. I climbed back into the cab, locking the doors behind me. My hands trembled, but I forced myself to drive on. If I stopped, I was certain the road would swallow me whole. By midday, I realized I wasn't just lost. I was being hunted. The signs, the strange people, the impossible distances, they were all part of some trap. A trap set by someone or something that wanted to erase me from the maps, the records, the world. I thought about calling the police, but without a signal, that was useless. I thought about turning around and driving back the way I came, but the man's words echoed louder than ever. There was no going back. I had to keep moving forward, even if forward was a lie. Even if the road was a maze designed to break me. That's when the headlights appeared in my rearview mirror. They were close, too close. Not a truck, and not a car I recognized. Just a pair of narrow beams cutting through the heat haze behind me, matching my speed. I pressed the accelerator, but the highway stretched endlessly ahead, and the headlights stayed with me. The road was closing in. There was no turning back. No help was coming. Only the endless miles and the shifting shadows. The headlights stayed behind me, steady and unblinking. I kept my foot on the gas, watching them in the rearview mirror. They weren't flashing, not trying to get my attention, just following. It was like they wanted me to know they were there without making a move. The road stretched out straight ahead, lined with those strange, unmarked signs I couldn't place. I was trapped between the impossible highway and the headlights that refused to leave. I thought about pulling off somewhere, anywhere, but the shoulder was narrow and rough. No towns, no gas stations. Just empty stretches of asphalt with those signs. One read "Welcome to Bellevue," but my GPS didn't recognize it. Another showed a speed limit of 45 miles per hour, but earlier I'd passed signs that said 65 and even 80. Nothing added up. I checked my radio again. No signal. No static, just silence. I tried the CB, calling out for anyone, another trucker, a dispatcher, anyone who might be out here. Nothing. The only reply was the crackle of empty air. The headlights followed me for nearly an hour. I tried to stay calm, reminding myself I was still on a highway, even if it felt endless. I told myself someone was just driving behind me, maybe lost too, or waiting for the right time to pass. But the more I thought about it, the less sense it made. Every time I glanced back, the lights were there, matching my speed, never swerving to pass or slow down. I pulled into a rest stop that looked new. The pavement was clean, the grass freshly mowed, and the building looked empty, but the lights inside were on. I know how that sounds. I killed the engine and sat there for a minute, watching the headlights stop a few hundred yards behind me, parked at the edge of the lot. The driver didn't get out. I didn't see anyone inside. I debated getting out, but the heat was thick and the place felt wrong. I opened the door a crack, just enough to listen. No voices, no footsteps, nothing. Just the low hum of the highway and the occasional car passing far away. I decided to try the building, figuring I might find a phone or someone who could help. The door was unlocked. Inside, it was a little store, or maybe it was supposed to be. The shelves were mostly empty, except for a few cans and boxes that looked like they'd been left behind in a hurry. A coffee machine was on, but the pot was empty. A small TV in the corner played a local news channel, but the screen flickered and the broadcast kept cutting out. I was about to leave when I noticed the bulletin board near the counter. It had a few papers pinned to it, maps, flyers, and handwritten notes. One map caught my attention. It showed the highway I was on, but the route was different. It curved and looped in places I didn't recognize, and some towns were marked with red circles. One was labeled "Warning, Avoid." Another had the word "Missing" scrawled next to it. I took a closer look at the notes, scanning for anything useful. Most were faded or torn, but one stood out. It was a typed message taped to the board: "Travelers, if you find yourself off the charts, don't stop. Keep moving. They watch. They wait. No one leaves the loop." The handwriting at the bottom was barely legible. A former driver. I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. This wasn't just about getting lost. There was something else going on, something deliberate. Someone or some group was controlling this stretch of road, making sure no one left. I grabbed a bottle of water from the cooler and headed back to my truck. The headlights were gone. But when I started the engine, the dashboard lit up with a warning: signal lost. I hit the radio again, calling out louder this time. "If anyone's out there, this is Jake Carter, Long Haul. I'm stuck near Bellevue. Need help." Nothing but silence. I was about to pull back onto the highway when I noticed movement by the edge of the lot. A figure was standing just beyond the light's reach, watching me. I couldn't make out any features, just a silhouette. I locked the door and waited, my hand on the wheel. After a few minutes, the figure disappeared. I glanced in the mirrors. No headlights, no cars. Just me and the empty road. I knew I couldn't stay here. The more time I spent stopped, the more vulnerable I felt. If whoever or whatever was out here wanted me to disappear, waiting wouldn't help. I pulled back onto the highway, this time driving slower, watching for any sign of the figure or the headlights. The road twisted in ways that didn't match the map and the rest stop. The sun was setting, and the shadows grew long and sharp. Then the radio crackled. A voice. Low and distorted: "You shouldn't be here." I slammed my hand down on the radio, trying to respond, but the signal cut out before I could speak. The sense of being watched came back stronger. I glanced in the rearview mirror. No headlights. No cars. For a moment, I thought it was over. Maybe whoever was following me had backed off. Then a truck pulled out from a side road ahead, its backlights glowing red. It moved slowly, blocking the lane. I had nowhere to go. I tapped the horn, but the truck didn't budge. I pulled alongside on the left shoulder, but the shoulder was narrow, and I had to slow down. The driver's window rolled down just a bit. A man's face appeared, pale and tired, eyes darting nervously. "Don't stop," he said quietly. "They're watching everything." Before I could ask who they were, the truck sped off, merging back into the lane and disappearing into the dusk. I sat there for a second, trying to make sense of it. The man looked like he wanted to help but was scared to death. If this was some kind of trap, maybe he was a victim too. I pulled back onto the highway, pressing the gas again. Ahead, the neon sign for Bellevue flickered on and off, casting an eerie glow. I passed it without stopping, the words from the bulletin board echoing in my mind. "Keep moving." The road ahead split into two. One side had the usual yellow line, the other was faded, almost invisible. I hesitated. Then the radio buzzed again. "Left or right, Jake?" The voice was the same as before, distorted, low. My hands tightened on the wheel. I had no idea who was talking or how they knew my name. But the choice was forced on me. Left or right? I glanced down the left fork. It looked familiar, but the signs were wrong. The right fork was darker but seemed less traveled. I had to pick one. I turned the wheel toward the right. As I drove in, the road began to narrow. The trees closed in, blocking what little light was left. The radio went dead. The headlights returned. Only this time, they were behind me again, closer than before. I felt a rush of hope. Maybe this was the way out. I pulled in, the gravel crunching under my tires. The building looked abandoned, windows boarded up, but there was a car parked beside it. A man was standing by the entrance, smoking a cigarette. I stepped out and called to him. He turned, startled. "You're not from around here," he said, his voice low, wary. "Neither are you," I replied. He nodded. "Name's Sam. Been stuck here for a while." "You?" "Jake. I've been driving these roads for days. Nothing makes sense." Sam flicked his cigarette away. "You've seen the signs, the places that don't exist." I nodded. "That's how they get you," he said. "Or at least, how they keep you. The people who run this place don't want anyone leaving." "Who runs it?" "Why?" Sam hesitated. "It's complicated. They're not just people, they're a network. They control parts of these highways, shifting routes, changing landmarks. They use the isolation to their advantage. People disappear, and no one asks." I looked at him, trying to process what he was saying. They trap truckers, travelers, anyone who gets lost. They make you doubt yourself until you give up trying to leave. Or worse, they wear you down until you forget who you are. I swallowed hard. "How do you get out?" Sam looked around, then leaned in. "You have to break the pattern. Don't follow the signs, don't trust the roads. Find a place that isn't on their map. And you have to move fast before they find you." I thought about the neon sign for Bellevue. Flickering on and off the distorted voice on the radio, the impossible landmarks. It all made sense now. This wasn't about ghosts or curses. It was about control, isolation, and fear. "Can you help me?" I asked. Sam nodded. "I've been planning to leave for a while. I know a route, but it's risky. It goes through some rough terrain, old logging roads that aren't on any official maps. If we get caught, they'll try to stop us." I looked at the truck, the highway stretching endlessly in every direction. I didn't have a better option. "Let's do it," I said. We left the station together, heading off the main road. The path was narrow and uneven, but the truck managed. The trees closed in, but the silence felt different, less oppressive. After a couple of hours, the road opened onto a clearing. I saw distant hills, and beyond them, what looked like the edge of a town, familiar buildings, streetlights, signs that made sense. "We're close," Sam said. I pushed the accelerator harder. The truck bounced over roots and stones, but I didn't care. The radio crackled to life, but this time it was clear. A woman's voice said, "You're almost free. Keep going." I didn't question it. We broke through the tree line and hit a paved road. The sky was brighter now, and I could see cars passing by. People going about their lives, unaware of what lay just beyond the forest. Sam pulled over and looked at me. "You'll be okay. Just don't go back." I nodded, exhausted but relieved. I called my dispatcher, told him where I was, and asked for a pickup. As I waited, I thought about the people who had vanished on those roads, the ones who never got a chance to leave. I was lucky. Or maybe I was just stubborn. When the truck came, I climbed in and looked back at the forest. The road behind was quiet, empty. No signs, no flickering lights. I didn't want to forget what happened. I needed to remember it, to warn others. But I also knew I couldn't stay stuck in that place, not mentally, not physically. I drove away, leaving the shifting roads behind me. The landscape was normal again, but I was changed. I was no longer just a trucker on a route. I was someone who had faced a trap designed to erase him and had fought back. The miles ahead felt different now. Not just a job, but a chance to reclaim control. I kept moving. And this time, I was going home. The hum of the engine was a steady reminder that I was alive, that I was still here. But beneath that mechanical rhythm, my mind churned, replaying every detail from that night. The flicker of shadows just beyond the headlights, the unsettling silence that had swallowed the usual sounds of the road, the way the air seemed thicker, heavier, like it was pressing down on me, trying to squeeze the life out. I knew those moments weren't mistakes. They were warnings. I pulled over at the next rest stop, needing a break from the relentless thoughts. The air was crisp, carrying a scent of pine and something else, something metallic, sharp. I looked out over the dark field stretching away, stars blinking coldly above. Somewhere out there was the source of that trap, the thing that had tried to erase me. I couldn't pinpoint it yet, but I knew it wasn't just random. Someone or something had set this up. I made a silent promise then. I would find out why. And more importantly, I would make sure no one else fell into the same snare. There were others on these roads, people who trusted the night to carry them safely. I wouldn't let that trust be betrayed. The truck's dashboard clock glowed 2:17 a.m. time to move. When I climbed back behind the wheel, the seat felt different, less a place to hide and more a command post from which I would wage a quiet war. The road stretched ahead, dark and uncertain, but I'd learned something vital. Fear could be fought, memories could be reclaimed, and even the loneliest path could lead back to where you were meant to be. I started the engine, taking a deep breath. The miles ahead weren't just about distance. They were about resolve. I was going home, yes, but this time, I was bringing back the story. And I was ready to share it.